Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So shout out to everybody who's in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you can hear me okay and everything looks good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you cannot hear me or things are looking and sounding bad, please give me a thumbs down or an angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who's in the building early. All right. Shout out to my man Carlton Way. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Black Spider. Good to see you as always. Shout out to my man DSB. What's good with it, DSB? And we got to show DSB some love, as always, for funding the organization and growing the organization. So let me just grab them drops for you real quick, my man. Make sure y'all show DSB some love.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. All right, so y'all gonna have a good time tonight. This is gonna be a great time tonight. It's gonna be a good show. It's gonna be an interesting show. We're gonna talk about some things. We're gonna break some things down. We're gonna ask some questions. All right. We're gonna ask some questions. All right. Shout out to my man TD. How many people saw that most recent Terry Time stream that TD dropped? If y'all saw that Terry Time stream that TD dropped, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to my man Win Loser Rug. What's good with it, bro? And these two, just so people are aware, YouTube decided, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Bronzy God. What's good with it, bro? YouTube decided to lock all of my old videos on private. All right. So when I figure out how to get them unlocked, more than likely they will be unlocked on members only. All right. Now, if you're not a channel member, you should be, right? Help make your boy great. But if you're not a channel member, it's all good. You should be able to view all of the old content on either Kick or on Rumble. All right. So that's the reason why I do all of these backups. All right. I do all of these backups just in case of an extinction level event. All right. Which they tried to hit your boy with an extinction level event, but like a cockroach, I survived. You know what I'm saying? Like a cockroach, I survived. Speaking of cockroaches, we got to talk about this one right here. Your boy Jamal Bryant. He wants 100,000 black people to join a 40-day fast against Target. What do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about this? 40-day fast against Target. Why are we doing a 40-day fast against Target, ladies and gentlemen? Why are we not getting our own Target? Shout out to us. We have our Target, right? Hashtag 1MLG. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't, right? 1BLG, right? 1ELG. We got our own Target, right? But my man Jamal Bryant wants 100,000 black people to join a 40-day fast against Target. For what? For what? What is that going to do? Why? Let me ask you guys this question. Why would we fast against Target? Because Target is removing, quote unquote, DEI initiative. Shout out to Carlton. My man Carlton went to go use the Bitcoin machine at Target. 2 no-nos. First no-no was that you went to use the Bitcoin machine. Second no-no was that you went to Target. Shame on you. Right? Shame on Carlton. Why? Why? What's the point of this? We're going to accept cookies because who doesn't like cookies, right? Umar Johnson likes cookies. He likes his crushed. Pastor Jamal Bryant wants 100,000 black people to join 40-day fast against Target. He doesn't want 100,000 black people to buy Bitcoin. He doesn't want 100,000 black people to start their own grocery store, department store chains. He wants 100,000. He wants 100,000 black people to beg the people that own Target. Ooh, please tweet us a certain kind of way. Please tweet us a certain kind of way. Weak sauce. Weak sauce with lumps in it. Weak sauce with lumps in it. This is modified begging. You know what I'm saying? Because here goes the thing, right? When Target says, you know what, we'll do whatever kind of nonsense it is that this dude wants us to do, everybody will continue to make Target more rich. Everybody will continue to pour their money into Target and increase Target stock price. Everybody will continue to buy the goods from Target to continue increasing their stock price. And rest in peace, Neely Fuller Jr., back to business as usual. What's the point of this? What is the point of this? Somebody please tell me what the point of this is. Let's boycott. Let's not and say we did. Here's a better idea. Let's boycott weak sauce and let's boycott stupidity. Unpopular opinion. Right? Pretty popular with me. So let's see what this says, right? The economic fast would essentially coincide with Lent. That's, if you're Christian, right? It would also coincide with the Lent that's in your pocket because you probably can't afford much anyway with everything that's going on. And because, you know what I'm saying? The monolith is so anti-cryptocurrency, you definitely ain't sitting on any assets inside of your pocket that are going up in value against the dollar. So it's not like when you go in Target, you're not going to be balling on a budget to begin with, right? Shout out to my man Betterworth. What's good with it, bro? Make sure y'all show my man Betterworth some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Betterworth. Betterworth said, I protest at Target, but I ain't got no money, punk. Right. I ain't got no money, punk.
Silence. I ain't got no money, punk.
Shout out to you, bro. Make sure y'all show Betterworth some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Betterworth for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
This is the reason why I'm not going to do it, bro.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
Listen, man, to anybody that likes using drops, Drewski is a drop farm. Drewski is a drop farm. You can watch like 5 minutes of a Drewski video, and it's like 90 drops in there that you could use. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man William. William says, Rob, you think it would be better if we got 100K to buy in on TikTok? With the proceeds, we could create a Freeman Sovereign Wealth Fund. Hey, listen, you guys know, as far as any of that saving the masses stuff goes, now I'm not doing that, right? I'm not doing that. However, if that's something that you think would be viable, yo, you got my support, bro. I don't think it would be a bad idea at all, right? Now, as far as getting 100K to buy in on TikTok, I don't know how influential 100K would be as far as buying in on a TikTok stock price. It might be somewhat influential, but I don't know if that would be enough to get a significant vote in the company to be able to be influential. However, you can never go wrong with buying in on something successful, if you ask me, right? So I don't think that would be a bad idea at all. What do you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Black Spider. I appreciate you, Black Spider. Make sure you guys show Black Spider some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Spider, for funding the organization, and for buying y'all lunch.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
So don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is coughing up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cat.
Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took when that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And they eat the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat cat.
Drop that cat.
Shout out to Black Spider. I appreciate you. Shout out to my man AW1. Yo, and also shout out to my man John Guillory. John Guillory is the one that provided this article into the Discord, right? So make sure that you guys join the Discord, all right? And shout out to William. All right, shout out to William. William says, how about, I think this is 100,000 people, giving 200 each or better. We could polish it off with 20s here or there. I don't think that that's a bad idea. Here's an even better idea. Why don't people launch a cryptocurrency on pump.fun with the specific initiative of dealing with things like this? You know what I'm saying? With dealing with things like this. Start off a crypto on pump.fun that's involving this, and then do it if that's what people want to do. Now, shout out to my man Bronze of God, right? Bronze of God, you already know. Listen, if they made a meme coin of every cat and dog in that video, I would buy every single one. Y'all know this already. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know I love and adore meme coins. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Bronze. Bronze says, thanks to Rob. Now when somebody drops the clip of someone saying eat the cats, I instantly start bobbing my head. That's hilarious. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious. Hey, look, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Bro, that's the reason why. That's why, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm completely blacked out. That's why I'm completely blacked out, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because shout out to William. You know what I'm saying? William says even better. The enemy would never see it coming. I agree, right? I agree 100%. How do we sell that idea? Even though it's multiple instances of that particular means of crowdfunding working, how do we sell that idea? But you know what we got to do? We got to put out all available options, right? Because once we put everything out as an available option, we can then say, okay, well, the choice was made to not do things this way. Now, see, here goes now even better, right? Even better, right? We're now in a pro-cryptocurrency era of the United States, and it would be extremely easy to do that type of thing, right? But shout out to Casey. What's good with it, bro? Right? We could it's so many different opportunities. Look, we could actually make that coin, and we could force people to buy Bitcoin by just getting a small amount of Bitcoin, right? We could get like a 0.01% of a Bitcoin, which would be $1,000 right now, right? And we could peg the value of each token that we allocate as the token market cap, we could peg it to a portion of that 0.01 Bitcoin. And that way, regardless of who got involved with the token or not, it's going to go up in value because it's a stable coin, meme coin. Shout out to TD. TD says what we need to do is get on a 40-day target fast. Man, bro, this 40-day target fast is it's Terry time. It's Terry time. Shout out to TD. If you guys would agree, this 40-day target fast is Terry time. Give me a thumbs up. This 40-day target fast is modified begging. This is modified buck dancing. They doing the Porky Pig dance and the what's that duck's name? The Daffy Duck dance with the cane and the hat. Please give us some. Please give us some. No. You know what I'm saying? No. Not at all. Now, here goes the real question, right? Here goes the real question. What you see on the YouTube streets is you see a lot of people on the YouTube streets, they got a problem with the DEI attacks. They got a problem with the DEI attacks. But these very same people don't have a problem with the deportation efforts. As a matter of fact, these people cheer on the deportation efforts, and they, at the same time, have a problem with diversity, equity, and inclusion. I need you guys to answer this question for me. Is an open border not a form of inclusion? So they got a problem with the I, but they don't have a problem with the D and the E. Okay, let's deal with the D. Does undocumented immigration, illegal immigration, increase diversity? Yes or no? Yes, it does. Does open borders increase equity? I don't know. I think out of the D, the E, and the I, when it comes to open borders and illegal immigration, the only one in question is the E. Shout out to Portia the Grape God. Portia the Grape God says, I won't stop until the more money you guy is deported. Who's the more money you guy? Shout out to Patrick. I'm not sure who that is. Somebody let me know who the more money you guy is. All right, so Pastor Jamal Bryant has called for a 40-day economic fast against Target over the retailers' cutback on DEI. Now, again, right, first and foremost, let's just deal with this. Is Target the only place that's cutting back on this quote-unquote DEI? Somebody said that DEI was for black people. I think it was Tim Black. Oh, Portia said no more money for you, illegal immigrant. That's funny. Now, I want to ask y'all if y'all agree with that. How many people agree that quote unquote DEI, quote unquote, allegedly was quote unquote, is quote unquote for black people? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, me, I would argue against that. But you don't have to have the same opinion as me, right? You don't have to, right? I would argue against it because I am under the firm and thorough belief that there's nothing that has ever been in the United States for us. So how can we sit there and say that DEI, quote unquote, is for us, and then we have a problem with the D in the I, but the E is questionable? Oh, shout out to Patrick. Patrick said Tim Black didn't say that. He said it wasn't. Okay, if that's the case, then I agree with Tim Black. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said Keep It 100 made a great point about DEI. Shout out to my man Keep It 100. Shout out to that brother, man. Keep It 100, one of the last real ones alive. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, I've told everybody my idea of dealing with DEI. Get your own businesses. Support your own businesses. Make each other great. Right? That's how you do it. Create your own blockchain. Create your own retail store. support it so that all of that money that goes into these other businesses can go into the businesses that we created, so we can finally get some businesses on the S&P 500, on the NASDAQ, cryptocurrency blockchains that are finally in the top 20 crypto. I don't see these efforts being made. I don't see these efforts being made. You know what I'm saying? So the question that we got to ask is, where are these efforts at? Why are they not being made? Because diversity, equity, and inclusion, quote unquote, is easy to get around if you have your own factors of production, right? But there's not an effort really to get your own factors of production. Shout out to Bronze God. Facts. That's the biggest joke in the world. Common sense. There's only a such thing as common stupidity. You know what I'm saying? There's common sense and rare intelligence. Not common sense is a false statement. I agree with Bronze God 110%. If y'all agree with my man Bronze, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? So why are people outraged about DEI? The reason why people are outraged about DEI is because DEI taps that MK Ultra programming that just turns on irrational thought. All you got to do is just integrate any type of thing that touches the civil rights era mentality of a lot of people, and all of a sudden you got a bunch of people spiraling out of control. It's so predictable. It's so predictable. When it comes to conservatives and when it comes to Democrats, they both have the monolith mind 100% under control. You can guess the reactions at a 1-to-1 ratio. At a 1-to-1 ratio. You know what I'm saying? The senior pastor at New Birth Baptist Church in Metro Atlanta announced the plans during Sunday service on February 2nd, joined by Ron Busby, president and CEO of the U.S. Black Chambers. The two communal leaders, which, do you all look at these people as leaders? Now, mind you, right, somebody will be like, oh, this is the white media saying this. This is Black Enterprise saying this. Let me ask you guys a question. Who owns Black Enterprise? Hopes to emphasize this unified stance against removal of DEI efforts that greatly impact Black businesses and professionals. Now, here's my question. How did this impact Black business and Black professionals? Does there have to be a quota allowing you to create a business? Let's just say, for instance, people decided to make Blacklight Industrial great, more so than the 20 or 30 people that already do, right? Let's just say, for instance, we 10x that 20 or 30 people and we got 200 to 300, right? So then we make Blacklight Industrial a reality, an actual reality, right? Where I got ADP printing out paychecks, or to the smart people, you know what I'm saying? We're buying Bitcoin with the paycheck money and paying people in Bitcoin, right? Is there any type of paperwork that anybody got to fill out to allow me to start a business and I can use my race or ethnicity as an advantage to get into that business, or no? Or do I have to come with a business plan? Do I have to come with an amount of revenue? And do I have to be approved for a viable line of credit? Which is it? Let me know in the chat which one it is. So now here it says, in a press release obtained by Black Enterprise, Bryant urged for 100,000 Black supporters to join the movement. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Let's just say, for instance, that we need DEI. We needs DEI. We needs DEI, right? Let's say that you're under the belief that we needs DEI. If you think that we needs DEI, let me ask you this question. Don't you needs to then boycott more than just Target? if you, let's just say, for instance, this was a successful financial protest against Target. What about everybody else? Because I don't know if anybody's noticed or not, but everybody else is like, yeah, like forget DEI. And again, my question is, why are people throwing this on their back? If this truly don't have anything to do with black people, my question is, when it comes to all these people that are doing this anti-DEI protest, who are all the people that are doing this anti-DEI protest? Who all is doing it? That's let me know. You know what I'm saying? That's the question. So now here it says the fast will take place from March 3rd to April 19th, around the same time as Lent. Again, just for the Christian people, right? Now, shout out to TD, you know what I'm saying? Because TD is a Christian, and he did a pretty good job of breaking down how this dude just completely utilizes religion, you know what I'm saying? Puts a false spin on religion to give a fake message to people that pay attention to his nonsense, all right? It will serve as a response to Target's willingness to scale back its policies directly benefiting minorities. If this is the case, where's everybody else at? You're not going to get very many Latino people to be a part of this because they got their own protests going on. You're not really going to get a lot of Asian people to be involved in this because Asian people are busy blaming black people for them not being able to get in Harvard, which is amazing because I don't think there's too many black people in Harvard, but okay. So everybody's pretty busy. You know what I'm saying? Not really many people got time for this nonsense. Because that's exactly what it is nonsense. Shout out to William. Shout out to William. Am I saying this right, William? Is it Errant or is it Arant? I don't want to say it incorrectly, bro. I want to make sure I'm saying your name properly. William says Earl G. Graves owns Black Enterprise. I'm going to make an assumption that I shouldn't make. I'm assuming that's a brother. You know what I'm saying? I'm assuming it's a brother. You know what I'm saying? So Dr. Bryant's fast calls for immediate action. He is urging black consumers to halt all purchases from Target and to divest any stock holdings in the company. Now, what you going to do with the stock holdings? What about paying taxes? Is it a good time to get rid of your stock right now? Who's going to listen to a preacher about financial advice? And why would you? Oh, liquidate your stock so you can put it in the offering plate. So then he can turn around and go buy some Target stock on the dip. Go ahead, 100,000 black people, and tank that Target stock price. I'm going to tell you right now, this black person is going to buy it all up on the dip. So go ahead and create that dip for me. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to everybody in the chat. When this 100,000 lemmings decides to do whatever it is that they do, if it significantly dips the stock price, how many of y'all are going to swoop down and buy the dip? If you plan on buying the dip, throw that rocket in the chat. If you don't, then give me a thumbs down. I'm buying the dip. I'm messing everything up. Because any financial advisor will tell you if a solid stock goes on the dip to do what to it. So go ahead and create that dip. You know what I'm saying? And me, I advise 100,000 black people to buy that stock on a dip. I mean, it's not Bitcoin, so I don't see why anybody would be objected to it, right? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, nah, we are cooked. Bruh asked them to dump their Target shares. Yeah, it's a wrap. And you know people would do it too. Now, here goes the question. How many people think a lot of people even have Target shares? And if they do have Target shares, how much of their portfolio do you think that it is? How much of the portfolio do you think that it is? So yeah, Dr. Bryant is calling for immediate action. He's urging for Black consumers to halt all purchases from Target and divest any stock holdings in the company. Detailed in the news release. This aligns with the philosophy of, there you go, Dr. Martin Luther King. Got to ask the question, who's holding the crowbar? Who's holding the crowbar, ladies and gentlemen? Who's holding the crowbar this time? Who's holding the crowbar a lot of times? This crowbar is held firmly in the hands of a Black American. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this crowbar is, though his knuckles are white and pink in the middle, and the crowbar is being held firmly like Barry Bonds holds a baseball bat in the hands of a Black American. Why is he holding this crowbar? Why isn't anybody pointing out the fact that this clown is holding the crowbar? Shout out to my man TD on Terry Time. He did, right? But the only problem with TD pointing that out on the Terry Time channel is because what's the biggest problem with TD pointing that out on the Terry Time channel? Despite the fact that TD is an excellent YouTube content creator that delivers high quality and accurate news, the Terry Time channel is the Terry Time channel. So everybody goes to the Terry Time channel for the same reason that they go to any other YouTube channel. Despite the fact that there's good information over there, they go over there to get a laugh and to go away. Shout out to William. Hey, make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man William. That's what's up. William says, saving my money to buy crypto. There you go, bro. There you go. This aligns with the philosophy of Dr. Martin Luther King, who championed economic restraint as a powerful form of protest during the civil rights movement. And again, economic restraint, when you're mainly a consumer, right, kind of works, kind of not, right? It kind of doesn't work. What should happen is encouragement of economic reinvestment into the people that don't have the factors of production to be able to self-sustain. So there should always, at all times, be a non-stop recurring reinvestment into factors of production amongst us, not just having a temper tantrum, telling other people, I'm not going to patron your business. I'm not going to patron your business should never even be a thought, because we should automatically be patroning our own businesses. The most of the business deals that occur as far as patroning other people's businesses should be on the supplier level, with our businesses either supplying or getting supplies from those other businesses. This is all wrong. This is all wrong. This is all outdated. This is all backwards. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug said, look at these inefficient strategies, bro. Literally playing checkers when everyone else is playing chess. Bro, facts. Shout out to my man Izzy. Reality Check Virtual Radio. My man Izzy says everybody else is playing checkers, or everybody else is playing chess while we playing Uno. You know what I'm saying? So, and then again, unfortunately, Dr. Martin Luther King has been MK Ultra'd. All you got to do is just mention Martin Luther King, and all of a sudden, it's like somebody pushed that button on that thing that Tommy Lee Jones has on Men in Black, and it just gets everybody just does whatever. Martin Luther King, how can we serve you? Like, for real? Now, again, that's not anything negative about Martin Luther King, but it's what has been done and what people have allowed to be done with Martin Luther King and Martin Luther King's legacy. Just as Dr. King and other civil rights leaders leveraged economic boycotts to challenge injustice, this fact is a call for Black consumers to use their collective spending power to demand accountability from corporations. You wouldn't even be in a situation where you would have to demand accountability from corporations if people were entrepreneurs. Wouldn't even be in that situation. Why are we in that situation? Let me ask you guys this question. How many of y'all think that the United States Navy SEALs is gonna take somebody out for trying to start a company like Walmart or a company like Target? If you guys think that, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell. Also, please share the stream to your social media. Let me ask you guys this question. I want to ask everybody this question. How does not spending money at Target increase your net worth? People gonna punish Target for their anti-DEI efforts. Let me ask you this question. How much DEI is in this protest? Hey, Black people, stop shopping at Target. That don't sound like very much DEI. That sounds like just one group of people. How come he's not calling for a DEI effort to get DEI back? Shout out to my man Win Lose a Rug. Bro, that's facts. Win Lose a Rug said, the lith upholds the powerlessness. Facts. Facts. Yeah, shout out to Black Spider. It doesn't do anything. It's not. Listen, it would be different if they said, listen, for 100, listen, what is Lent? How many days was Lent? You know, in the Bible, they're like 40 days and 40 nights. How long was Lent? I'm not sure how long Lent was, right? What's the time frame of Lent? Was it a week? At the end of Lent, it was Good Friday or something like that, right? So what was it, a week, allegedly? Shout out to, I know TD probably ain't still in the chat. If TD's still in the chat, somebody that is religious or somebody that's Christian, how long is Lent? Why am I asking how long Lent is? Okay, during this quote unquote economic alleged, this is an economic protest, right? Alleged economic protest. 40 days. There you go. The numbers repeat in the Bible, right? 40 days, right? Just like the flood. 40 days. All right. So Lent is 40 days. Buy $10 in Bitcoin each of them 40 days instead of buying $10 at Target. Did he tell you to do that? Nah, he didn't tell you that. He didn't tell you that. Now, shout out to Patrick. Patrick, do you still believe that the people on YouTube make up the majority of Black America? Because actually, there are some YouTubers who have said that Trump's attacks on DEI are code for Black people, and you've watched those videos. Everybody in the chat has. Everybody's at the very least seen the thumbnails, right? Oh, in everyday life, well, we'll talk about one when we get to Jasmine Crockett. She's Black, right? She's a Black American, right? And all you got to do is just watch a local news channel, not a national news channel. Man, when you watch them local news channels, you will see a bunch of people grabbing the crowbar. Look, shout out to Carlton. 40 days, 40 nights, 40 acres in the mule. Pay attention to the numbers. Right? But now, this pastor right here, he doesn't tell you anything to do with the money. Now, let me ask you this. I don't know what Target's return is over the last 365 days. Shout out to the people in the chat. If there's anybody that's available and interested, if you guys could find the 360-day return on Target stock and give us that number in the chat, I greatly appreciate it. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this to say this. We got a racial wealth gap popping off, and this dude right here is advising black people to get rid of a financial instrument and not replace it with anything that is outpacing inflation. What does that do for the racial wealth gap? Does that help it or does that harm it? If that helps it, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't help it, give it a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says you can go on X and see thousands of black people saying that DEI is about us. Yeah, you can. You could go and watch past videos of current YouTubers who are now saying that it's not about us, that said that it was about us. I don't want to start digging into people that I know you guys know and loves content archive to prove these things. But if we keep on having to go down this rabbit hole, I'm gonna have to leave some knives sticking out of the backs of a lot of you guys as heroes, and I don't want to do that. I walk a really fine line on doing that. I don't want to do that. But if we're gonna act like things didn't happen, that can't happen either. You know what I'm saying? That can't happen. You know what I'm saying? That cannot happen. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Brown to God. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. I don't want to do that. I have no intention on doing it. But if there seems to be an acceptance of reality gap, we're gonna have to fill that gap. We're gonna have to fill that gap. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the presser also claimed that black people account for $23 million of Target's daily revenue. All right. So now again, $23 million, that's a lot of money, right? Now, let's just say, for instance, 100,000 black people did. If 100,000 black people did decide to boycott, what is the plan with the money not spent? Because there should be a plan. Yeah, see, shout out to William. William says, I've seen the videos and they are missing the black community or at best giving us flesh wounds. Facts. With this in mind, the company's willingness to take away programs and plans for greater equity in the workspace suggests it does not value the black dollar. So again, all of a sudden it goes from not talking about the DEI dollar, which is different than the black dollar, right, to the black dollar. Now, people ain't gonna like this, but don't get mad at me. Dr. Claude Anderson said it, right? Black people don't respect the black dollar. Dr. Claude Anderson said that black people boycott black businesses. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Here's my question. Should there be an expectation of a business like Target to treat the black dollar better than it's treated by black people? That's my question. Shout out to, I think it was, I can't remember who it was in the Discord. Shout out to whoever it was in the Discord. I think it was Mortis. I think it was Mordicus. Shout out to Mordicus. Mordicus put an article in the Discord about Jonathan Majors. Marvel, quote unquote, is considering, quote unquote, hiring Jonathan Majors back. Why does Marvel even just think that they can throw that out there? Because they know that Jonathan Majors is going to bite that worm. Shout out to my man TD. He just damn stream. What's good with it, bro?
Just crashed the stream.
Damn, I'm here. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, what's good? What's going on, bro?
I only got literally like 4 minutes, man.
Go ahead. It's all you. Floor is all you. Go ahead.
Now I'm just like what you said, like with Jamal Pimp Bryant, right? Like, what's the plan with the money? Ain't no plan with the money. It's just for you.
Put it in this offering plate. That's the plan. Give it to me because it'll be blessed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, give it to me because it'll be blessed. Ain't no plan. Just run me that money over here. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never seen nothing like this before, man. Let me put my my sellout shoes on, my tap dancing shoes on right now, real quick. I gotta put my tap dance shoes on real quick, man. I ain't never seen nothing like this since these last little 2 weeks that Trump been in office. Ninjas want to be victims so bad. That's what that shit is about. It's about keeping black folks in a mind state of just like fear for no reason at all of stuff that's not happening or something that's not affecting you.
Bro, wait till I get to the Jasmine Crockett stuff.
I can't wait to hear that. I'm definitely gonna be listening. But it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. When I did this video on my channel earlier today, I don't even remember what it was about. I think it was about Guantanamo Bay, something like that. And there was a part in the video where I was discussing an article where in El Salvador, the president of El Salvador said, like, I'll even take the American citizen inmates. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I'll take everybody. And in the video, I was like, I knew people was going to be triggered by it. I was like, well, I know some people might be scared when they hear that. And I mean, hell, just don't commit crime. You ain't got to worry about getting sent to El Salvador. And then just was so mad.
Listen,
they was so mad. Like, why y'all mad? Just don't commit crime. Like, you. But the thing, my point is that like people were how would I say it? They were blackening it for no reason. Like, why are you making this about black people? They're just saying violent criminals in general. Why are you internalizing it and making it about you, and that somehow now all of a sudden black folks are getting sent to El Salvador? First off, that's not going to happen at all. No citizens are going over there. But I'm just saying, like, why? You know what I'm saying? Why are you internalizing that and trying to make it about you, and then like pretend that you're scared about something that you know is not going to happen? Like, black people are not walking around here scared of being snatched up by the police like they're the Gestapo for no reason, like while you're on your way to work. Like, that's just not true. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's
Look,
not
check
true.
this out though. If you do end up getting shipped to El Salvador and you down in El Salvador pressing license plates at the El Salvadorian prison, what they gonna pay you in?
They gonna pay you in Bitcoin.
Bam, nigga.
They gonna pay you in Bitcoin.
They gonna pay you in Bitcoin. And them little Satoshis that you make, you know what I'm saying, for pressing them license plate, by the time you get out, you're gonna be balling more than Big Meech.
Yeah, man. I don't know, bro. This stuff is just so stupid to me. I just can't with this. Like, you know, the DEI stuff, like all this stuff that literally no one's concerned about, stuff that isn't even an issue for black folks. Like, I'm watching so many people insert themselves in the conversations that they're not involved in just to make it seem like something's happening to them that's not happening.
And needs to leave us alone, people.
Yeah, exactly. Why happen to leave us alone? You know,
bro, listen. All I gotta say is, man, look, forget all that and buy crypto, and you'll be good by the end of the year. If you forget all that and buy crypto by the end of the year, you instead of listening to Donny Hathaway, you know what I'm saying, on your CD player or on the MP3, you'll be able to have a holographic Donny Hathaway this Christmas concert in your living room if you buy crypto right now, and you know what I'm saying, and keep stacking to the end of the year.
I was geek when it dropped to 95,000. I was like, oh my god, let me throw some money on this right now. Like a couple days ago, like 2 days ago.
Bro, I'm about to buy everything.
Yeah. What's it at right now? Is it like, I know, like for the most part today I kept seeing it hovered around 99,000. Is it still there or it went up?
Yeah, last time I checked, it was still just a little bit under. It's still a little bit under 99,000 right now. I think it's about 98,000. Shout out to the chat. If somebody in the chat could give us the at the moment price of Bitcoin, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I set the little automatic buy thing on crypto.com, or as soon as it dipped down to 95,000, just throw the money in there.
Right.
Yeah, man. Well, let me get out of here, man. I'll holler at you. I just had to get that off my chest, you know?
Yeah, for sure, man. We appreciate you
All right.
we appreciate you coming up.
Peace.
Peace. All right, y'all. So we're gonna dive back into this, right? And shout out to Black Spider. Let me not forget Black Spiders. Shout out to Carlton. 97,000. 97,000, man. You know what I'm saying? 97,000. Shout out to Black Spider. Make sure you guys show Black Spider some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Spider for funding the organization. Definitely appreciate you, Black Spider.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to my man Bronze the God. $97,592.88. Listen, man, anything under 100,000, man. Anything under 100,000. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, I'm sweating. Gotta try crypto. Yo, listen, if y'all would agree with Black Spider, she gotta try crypto. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. So, again, what's the plan? Let's just say, for instance, this is a completely 100% successful boycott. What's the plan with the potential $23 million? Put it all in Bryant's offering plate, right? However, Bryant noted that non-black brands, which this is part of DEI also, right? Because all non-black people ain't white people. And allegedly, the DEI is the non-white people, right? So, again, what's going on here? What's going on with this? However, Bryant noted that non-black owned brands in Target, including Tabitha Brown, will face issue. Although Brown initially voiced that a boycott would severely harm businesses like hers, the pastor emphasized that this fast will serve those entrepreneurs in the long run. How? If it puts them out of business in the short run. Furthermore, Bryant and the U.S. Black Chambers will send a directory of 250,000 black-owned businesses to support all fasting from Target. And why aren't these 250,000 black-owned businesses getting support already? Why does it require a fast from Target to get these black businesses support? That's ridiculous. Hey, stop buying from Target for a minute. And for a minute, you know what I'm saying, buy from these black businesses that y'all ain't never heard of, which is questionable. Why have you never heard of them? And then go back to buying at Target. Let Target put these other businesses out of business when they go back to the alleged DEI. Like, it doesn't make any sense. According to the civil rights advocate, companies cannot uplift and support businesses only when it serves them best. Well, that's exactly what he's suggesting to do with these black-owned businesses. These black-owned businesses should already be getting maximum support, but clearly they're not. So let's use this to boost the support that the black businesses weren't getting for questionable reasons right now. Like, again, this doesn't make any sense. If this makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't make sense, give me a thumbs down. If these retailers are truly committed to quote unquote racial equity, and again, when it comes to DEI ain't just it's not all about race. Right? Now, somebody that doesn't like me, you know what I'm saying, will clip me saying it's not all about race and run it 1 million times to their 9 million live viewers out of context when we know what the context is, right? Let me ask you guys this question. Is DEI about race? The very same clowns that have taken clip my saying, quote unquote, it's not about race, have literally themselves said DEI is for white women. Okay, DEI is for white women. That's race and gender, right? DEI serves LGBTQ people. That's gender only, right? DEI services them folks. That's religion, right? So again, you know what I'm saying? Like, no one's intimidated of these clowns in their clips. So yeah, I said it. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, who's actually got a backbone? If you agree, when it comes to DEI is not only about race. Give me a thumbs up. If you disagree, give me a thumbs down. And if you're too scared and you're worried that somebody might screenshot you in this chat and then go tell, you know what I'm saying, one of the cult leaders that you was in there saying something wasn't about race to be condemned. If you're scared, we got witness protection for you. It's all good. You can go hide in our Discord and we promise you we'll be safe. You know what I'm saying? Now, as far as this idea about DEI, right? Again, got to go back to Dr. Claude Anderson, right? Didn't Dr. Claude Anderson famously say all of these initiatives that were initially created after slavery and after Jim Crow had been expanded to quote unquote service even a one-armed midget? Didn't Dr. Claude Anderson say that? So anybody that tries to take what I just said out of context, you're also taking Dr. Claude Anderson out of context. Like I said, ain't nobody scared of none of these people on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I'm not scared of none of these people on YouTube. Bryant hopes that this economic fast will remind Target and other retailers, which how is it going to remind other retailers if they don't see it on their bottom line, on their revenue? That quote unquote black people, and again, why do black people have to do this when this is allegedly against DEI? The entire idea of DEI should do this, right? Let me ask you guys this question. Do black people make up 100% of the whole of DEI? No, they don't. So how does this somehow become black people's responsibility? Let me ask you guys this. Has anybody seen other groups of people making outrage videos about DEI? If you ask me, if you watch these other groups of people, the other groups of people are making videos like, yeah, get rid of it. Right? So what's up? Those who want to participate can sign up at targetfast.org. I wonder how many signatures this got. Participants will also receive a 30-day devotional to inspire them as they join the cause for justice. Yeah, here go a prayer for you. Pray that after you sell your Target stock, it doesn't skyrocket. Our Father, who art in heaven, while you're up there, look around and see if you see the Target price. Like, you know what I'm saying? Now let's actually take a look at this. Let's see how many people sign this. I wonder if it shows the active amounts of signatures on here. They got the black and white pictures. Look at this. It's ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous. Be a part of the movement and sign the pledge below. Yeah, I don't think so. Like I said, the only movement I'm going to be part of is if this is successful in affecting the stock price negatively, I'm buying the stock that everybody else is selling. That's what everybody else does. Shout out to Patrick. That's what everybody else does. Use the escapism of religion. Shout out to my man Leonard DeYuta. What's good with it, bro? Rob, shouldn't he just say pray to God and God will work it out? Yeah. Yeah, why not? You know what I'm saying? That's what people be saying. Forget God said, didn't God say God helps those who help themselves or something like that? Which that's you know, I mean, if you're helping yourself, that's you know what I'm saying? You really don't need, you know what I'm saying, no outside intervention, right? That's the little that's the little self-motivating, you know what I'm saying? That's the AI trick bag, right? But you know, I wouldn't disagree with that logic, right? Quote unquote, God helps those who help themselves. Help yourself so that then you can give God credit for what you did. I mean, whatever gets people to do stuff, right? God hit him with the AI, man. God hit him with the AI for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD. Me and TD was talking about this. God been hitting them with the AI for a long time. Now take a wild guess. Take a wild guess who this Democratic representative is that thinks that Trump should leave the United States to make room for illegal migrants. Take a wild guess who it is. We already said who it was. There she go right there. Megan, the Congresswoman. Right? Megan, the Congresswoman. They had on the same outfit at the DNC. Everybody was simping for Jasmine Crockett when Marjorie Taylor Greene went in on her. I told everybody back then, yo, y'all can simp out for Jasmine Crockett if you want to. She don't care about y'all. She don't care about y'all. Shout out to Carlton. Shout out to my man Crew Reality. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact says W women benefit from DEI. I would say that this ain't gonna be popular, man. I would say that people like Jasmine Crockett benefit from it too. They might not benefit from it as much as people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, but one thing that both groups can't say is that both groups don't benefit from it. Shout out to shout out to Leonard. Leonard says she looks mentally deranged. Now check this out, right? They've always said never judge people by their looks, but can you diagnose people by their looks though? I would say you can. I would say you can, right? I would say that you can. Now, she's suggesting that Trump should leave to make room for illegal migrants. I mean, what do y'all think about that? If y'all agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with that, give me a thumbs down. And remember, never forget that everybody simped out for Jasmine Crockett. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said this is not a serious person. I would agree 100%. If she's not a serious person, why she get serious protection? Because then they say, you know what I'm saying, people like her don't get protected anyway. She sure as hell got protected when Marjorie Taylor Greene talked about her eyelashes. Now, what I find fascinating is that everybody simped out on Jasmine Crockett when reluctantly, nobody will admit it, but it's true. The people that simped out on Jasmine Crockett are more politically in line on immigration with Marjorie Taylor Greene than they are with Jasmine Crockett. Make it make sense. You can't, because there's no expectation for sense making. There's no expectation for sense making. So that's why you can't make it make sense. It won't make sense. There's no possible way that that'll ever make any type of sense. You know what I'm saying? Democrat representative, and I don't know what ended up happening with this. From what I understand, it was supposed to be some type of political death match between her and Nancy Mace. I don't even know what happened with that. How many people heard it? Did you guys hear about that? If you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Maine. What's good with you, Maine? I don't know what it was about. You know what I'm saying? I hope they weren't fighting over Michael Eric Dyson. That's one thing that I hope it's not about. I never advocate for women to fight over a man, and I never advocate for men to fight over a woman. You know what I'm saying? So I hope it ain't over Michael Eric Dyson. You know what I'm saying? Y'all think it's over Michael Eric Dyson? Shout out to TD Media Group. TD Media Group said, did someone actually clip you? Hell to the no. Hell to the no. But it's an invitation, though, for anybody who might want to. You know what I'm saying? Because you know they out there. Right? Because you know they out there. So it's an invitation. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, I heard they were supposed to throw hands outside. Look, okay, shout out to William. William said Nancy Mace asked her to step outside. It was a battle over trans people. So again, right, you have a issue that people are more politically in line with Nancy Mace on than they are with Jasmine Crockett. Oh, look at the live numbers going down. Oh. But instead, and this is the thing, right? They always, people, how many times have you guys heard this, quote unquote, black people are not allowed to be single issue voters? Who's not allowing black people to be single issue voters? This is evidence that at the current moment, it doesn't seem like people have the capability of single issue voting. Because if people can't separate the fact, hey, listen, man, Jasmine Crockett is not where she should be on a lot of these issues, and we're going to just completely overstep that and just fly off the handle about particular people that might have an issue with Jasmine Crockett based on certain issues, that shows right there that the capability is not there to be a single issue voter. So when people say, well, who's not letting us be single issue voters? Ask yourself the question, who's forcing people to simp out for Jasmine Crockett? Jasmine Crockett said Trump should leave the U.S. to make room for illegal migrants. Now, I'm sure it's not a lot of people. Now, I'm sure there's probably a lot of people who say, yeah, Trump can go ahead and leave the country, right? I'm sure there's a bunch of people, right? But at the same time, those people that say that Trump should leave the country, they absolutely are not telling Trump to stop with the mass deportations because they support it. They support it. I'm not telling Trump to leave the country until you get Bitcoin to about $500,000. Then you can do whatever you want. Right? Jasmine Crockett literally said that cis women, heterosexual, biological women, are jealous of trans women, and that's why they don't want trans women playing in the same sports leagues. Now, let me ask you this question. Do you agree with that stance? If you agree with that stance, give me a thumbs up. If you disagree with that stance, give me a thumbs down. Now, people have done everything to not make a video or not expose the fact that she said such idiocy. But the moment she gets into it with Nancy Mace, all of a sudden we got to make a video about it the same way we got to make a video about it with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene has said Marjorie Taylor Greene's entire political career is based on saying just wild stuff. She says so much wild stuff that when she does say something that is actually accurate or on point, it doesn't get the attention that it should get because she's already just known for saying just ridiculously radical stuff. So now here's my question, right? Here's my question. If anybody was standing there and they heard Jasmine Crockett say that Trump should leave the U.S. to make room for illegal migrants, or if they was right there and she said cis women are jealous of quote unquote trans women, what would y'all do? What would y'all do? And why would you do whatever you would do? Shout out to William. William said, I don't know any sisters that's jealous of a tranny. That's rubbish. I don't know if when Jasmine Crockett said that, I don't know if she was referring to quote unquote sisters or not. The exact words that she said was quote unquote cis women. So a cis woman could be anybody, right? Anybody that's a biological woman that was born as a woman. Shout out to Maine. Laugh. It's nonsense, right? I mean, facts. I would I would ask, can you elaborate further? Shout out to Win. shout, shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, "What if someone said black women were jealous of white women? I wonder what her response would be. Airbags deployed, complete crash out." That's what the response would be. Airbags deployed, crash out, complete. But what I find fascinating is that people find every reason to not acknowledge the parallelism that they have and that they hold with these people that challenge Jasmine Crockett or have an issue with Jasmine Crockett. They'll do everything to overlook the extreme left nonsense that Jasmine Crockett says to find an issue with the person that called Jasmine Crockett out or criticized Jasmine Crockett, despite being politically more aligned with the person that called Jasmine Crockett out. It's wild. It's wild. So here's my question. Why is there a disconnect in that? There's a disconnect in that because people want to live in a dual reality and people are immature politically. People don't know how to conduct business. This is more evidence that there's a lack of capability in business conductivity. If you ask me, literally, Jasmine Crockett is a living example of why no one should ever say anything about, quote unquote, how people who are against our political interests get protected. I mean, you know what I'm saying? People jumped out the window. Protection. She's clearly against the political interest. Now, the people who are against what Jasmine Crockett is against, you know what I'm saying? They got, you know what I'm saying? They got together with YouTube videos. They got together with YouTube videos. Nobody, I talked about Nancy Mace multiple times on this channel and on other channels. Nobody even mentioned Nancy Mace until it was sexualized with the text exchange between her and Michael Eric Dyson. And again, regardless, right? She showed those text messages to show the hypocrisy of Michael Eric Dyson. And then it turned into a balloon popping content that's supposed to be political content. And still, nobody said anything about it, right? Then we talked about the bill that she put up where, you know, is allegedly supposed to protect women from illegal migrants, right? Nobody talked about that. No one talked about that. We talked about it here on Undocumented, but nobody talked about that. So the reason why Nancy Mace even got on anybody's radar is because of the inability to not gender war-ize political content. Nobody put a gun to anybody's head and made them do that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Kiko. What's good with it, bro? Kiko says, I think some black people are afraid to disagree with black women publicly. I don't know. Is that true? I don't know. Is that true, ladies and gentlemen? If that's true, give me a thumbs up. If it's not true, give me a thumbs down. Why? And here's my question: why would anybody be afraid? Do people have fear struck in their backs about that? Now, here's the thing, right? If and this applies equally, right? So if I say this in regards to anything, it's going to apply equally. If that group of people has another group of people subjugated and afraid to move freely, then that group of people has clearly done something effective and has earned that position, right? To be able to move that way. So if that is the case, the world still is correct, right? Because if that's the case and they've established that and that upholds and it remains upheld and people continue to comply with it, there should be no surprises of how things are currently. So the people who enforce that compliance, they should never ask the question, why are things the way that they are? And then turn back to enforcing that compliance. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says matriarchal society is why. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Like I said, as far as the matriarchal thing goes, I grew up in a family that was heavily dominated by my father. I'm the third in a line of families of males that heavily dominated their family. So this matriarchal stuff that I hear about on YouTube and in other places is not something that I have experience with or can relate to. You know what I'm saying? So this is when it comes to that and people ask about that, got to leave it to the comment section. Well, what's the deal? Because this is something that is not something that what I'm saying has been in my life. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider says, when people that are afraid to talk to black women, it has nothing to do with black women. What do you guys think about that? If you guys agree with Black Spider, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, as far as I'm concerned, right? It's not just black it's not just black women, or it's not just black men who have this issue with this dual reality thing, right? If you ask me, that's a network issue. That's a what I'm saying? That's a system issue, right? But people don't acknowledge it. Shout out to my man James Sumler. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Now, I will go as far as to say, I think that it actually hurt people's butts to see Jasmine Crockett criticized. And, people had to jump out the window, even though Jasmine Crockett has said things opposite of their political leanings. And the people that criticized her said things parallel with their political meanings. I just shattered everything to see Jasmine Crockett criticized. So, we got to get in monolith formation. We got to get in monolith formation, right? We got to get in monolith formation and protect Jasmine. Me personally, I would advise people to protect themselves. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn Queen? So let's see what happened. Let's see if we agree or disagree with what look at that. Now, hey, TD, I don't know if you're still here, but check this out. I think this is one of the reasons why those eggs are so expensive. Waffle House adds 50-cent surcharge for eggs as Biden bird flu shortage continues. So I don't know what's up with this Biden bird flu shortage, but I guess it's a Biden bird flu shortage on some eggs. So that must be what's jacking the price up. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Jasmine Crockett and Candace Owens are one and the same. They're the same people. How many people would agree Jasmine Crockett and Candace Owens are the same people? They're both clowns. And Simps would jump out the window for them. Candace ain't that bad. Oh, we got to protect Jasmine. They're the same people, man. Stop simping out. You know what I'm saying? Stop simping out. Democrat representative thinks Trump should leave the U.S. to make room for illegal migrants. Now, how many people agree with this? If you guys agree with this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with this, give me a thumbs down. Me personally, I don't think that any American citizen should leave the United States to make room for illegal migrants. I don't think that anybody should do that. Why would anybody do that? How does that make sense? How can that statement be justified? But she said it anyway, and guess what? She said what she said. So, I mean, it just must be law because she said what she said, right? Representative Jasmine Crockett, a Democrat of Texas who's famous for diabetes legislation, suggested Monday night on CNN that President Trump holds less of a claim to U.S. citizenship than illegal immigrants. So how so? How so? If anybody can find this news clip, please put it in the Discord so we can definitely watch it. Okay? In a racially charged rant bashing white Americans, Crockett said there is no comparison between herself and Representatives Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert. Yeah, and yes, there actually is. These are all modern women who are only allowed to be this loud and belligerent in the United States, in addition to even having a position in politics. Oh, Jasmine, there's absolutely a comparison between you, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert. Absolutely, there is. Because no one else would put up with that much estrogenous nonsense. Nowhere else. They wouldn't get away with this in Dubai. They wouldn't get away with this in Russia. They wouldn't get away with this in China. I could name about 6 or 7 countries that none of this nonsense will go on. Because honestly, if you ask me, I think all 3 of them should shut the hell up. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that any of them contribute to anything good. And they're all modern women. You know what I'm saying? Jasmine Crockett is the least ratchet out of these 3, right? Marjorie Taylor is a bust down. You know what I'm saying? She was cheating on her husband. Lauren Boebert bust down, cheating on her husband, got caught messing around in the in the movie theater, right? I don't know about any type of scandals like that with Jasmine Crockett, right? But what's interesting about it though is that you got people like Mark Dice that'll actually call Jasmine Crockett ratchet and ghetto, right? But doesn't say anything about the 2 bust downs. So as far as factual information goes, we can establish that, right? But at the same time, no, ain't none of these 3 would be on my team at all. Yeah, shout out to Kiko. All 3 of y'all. All 3 of y'all can go somewhere. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says she's playing her sassy sister girl role. Too skinny to be a mammy. Look, I was about to for real sound like a misogynist. I'm gonna just keep that one to myself. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the only people that are crying are the mediocre white boys that have been beaten out by people that had historically worked much harder. So who is she talking about then? Right? Who is she talking about? Poking at Trump's crackdown on diversity, equity, and inclusion policies before. So again, this is how the immigration and the mass deportation ties into the diversity, equity, inclusion, right? Because when it comes to open borders, the open borders falls under the D and it falls under the I of DEI. If you guys, again, we're going to reiterate this. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Y'all thought I was about to go wild with it. I ain't about to go wild with it. I was about to say is just the skinny girls need love too. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody been saying, oh, the big girls need love too. People been saying that shit for years. You know what I'm saying? Skinny girls need love too. I'm going to just leave it there. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says policies before bizarrely suggesting Republicans don't want Black Americans to have access. Before they used the right word. Before bizarrely suggesting Republicans don't want Black Americans to have access to education. How did this go from a DEI thing that they don't want Black people to have access to education? How? Where did this come? How? She had one of them civil rights Tourette's moments. She had one of them white supremacy Tourette's moments. White supremacy. Where did this come from? Shout out to Kiko. Kiko says she makes no sense. Yeah. Now I remember when she did the bleach blonde, Barbie and all that. If you go back and watch my video, I said, yo, bleach blonde Barbie, yada yada yada. She be out of pocket a lot of times, but bleach blonde Barbie, she's on the majority of people's sides with the way that they feel about immigration. Jasmine Crockett ain't. That could not be separated. It couldn't be separated at the time. Shout out to Detroit 313. TD, you're going to have to fight 50 Cent because 50 Cent got her first. 50 Cent got her first. You know what I'm saying? TD said, I ain't going to lie, Lauren Boebert can play on my team any day. She with G Unit now, bro. You gotta get her away from G Unit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if 50 gonna be feeling that. He might send Bang'em Smurf after you, bro. You know what I'm saying? You don't want Bang'em Smurf coming after you. Shout out to my man Detroit 313. What's good with you, bro? Yeah. Shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Bro, I agree. DEI is what allows her to get away with such nonsense. And that crap has it looking like this is what Black folks want. Facts. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Detroit. Detroit says Jasmine is in fear of Elon Musk now. What happened with her and Elon Musk? Did Elon take her Twitter account? Look, yeah. Shout out to Bronze. Bronze said, damn, TD, if 50 got her, she gone, bro. Yeah, she gone, bro. Give it up. You know what I'm saying? Give it up. It's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? She gonna be in one of 50's videos. You know what I'm saying? Putting guns together because you know Bo no guns. You know what I'm saying? So now, they got the little clip right here. Let's listen to this. Let's listen to this insanity. Democratic Representative Jasmine Crockett suggests President Trump shouldn't be in this country in a DEI-induced rant on CNN. We will fight to make sure we get our due. The only people that came and colonized this place was your ancestors, Trump. Technically, if we want to get technical, right? If we actually want to get technically, Trump's ancestors were not part of that group of people that did that. Technically, if we go as far as to say, quote unquote, racially, white people did it, sure. I don't know if Germans colonized the United States. I don't know if that's a true statement. Let me ask you guys, leave it to y'all. Is that a true statement? If that's a true statement, give me a thumbs up. If it's not a true statement, give me a thumbs down.
President Trump, of course, has denied any allegations of the white supremacists, and that's why he apparently fired what he. I know your point, but he did fire.
She don't care what he says. It don't matter. It doesn't matter what anybody says. If he says 1 + 1 = 2, she don't care what he says. She don't care what he says. If he says the sky is blue, she don't care what he said. It don't matter what he said. Don't matter what he said. If he said the grass, the grass, shit, it don't matter what he said. Don't matter what he said. Don't matter what he said. So now we know that when it comes to Jasmine Crockett, it don't matter what somebody said. It doesn't matter what she said. Don't matter what anybody said. And again, this is in line with no standard of logic, no standard of reality, no standard of validating actual events with facts. Monolithian logic. Make sure you guys throw the monolith in the chat. And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. I mean, this is, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me ask you guys this question. Do people see who's going to listen to this nonsense? Who's going to listen to this garbage? Who's going to listen to this insanity? Listen, I don't have an issue with anybody having an issue with anything, but at least make sense. At least have an actual valid critique. You know what I'm saying? At least have actual issues, right? Like,
President Trump, of course, has denied any allegations he's a white supremacist, and that's why he apparently fired what he. I know your point, but he did fire Darren Beatty in reaction, they believe, in part to his attendance at that conference. Does that change your opinion in any
No,
way?
it doesn't change my opinion, because we saw what he literally recently just posted, and the coddling is for the white boys. That's what's happening right now. I am tired of the white tears. Listen, if you are competent, you are not concerned. When I walk into Congress every single day, you know why I don't feel away and why you can't make me doubt who I am is because I know that I had to work 10 times as hard as they did just to get into the seat. What
do you guys think about that? Now, mind you, shout out to my man, Deformed Pretty Boy. What's good with you, bro? That's hilarious. Deformed Pretty Boy says, what's good? What's your record right now on illegal reports? Bruh, I've been calling so much they know me by by my first name down here. Bro, you already know, bro. You know how we get down on undocumented, bro. You know how we get down on undocumented, bro. You've been rocking for a long time. You already know. You know what I'm saying? You know, undocumented and undocumented bros. We one of the OGs at this. You know what I'm saying? We one of the OGs at this. You know what I'm saying? Look. What do y'all again, man? We only 40 seconds through. We got to run this all the way back, man, because it's just. What do y'all think about this? What do y'all think about this, man?
President Trump, of course, has denied any allegations he's a white supremacist, and that's why he apparently fired what he. I know your point, but he did fire Darren Beatty in reaction, they believe, in part to his attendance at that conference. Does that change your opinion in any way?
No, it doesn't change my opinion, because we saw what he literally recently just posted, and the coddling is for the white boys. That's what's happening right now. I am tired of the white tears. Listen, if you are competent, you are not concerned. When I walk in.
So now, if you ask me, right, when it comes to Jasmine Crockett is thoroughly and heavily under the belief that DEI is for Now, again, this Jasmine Crockett with it, right? This is Jasmine Crockett with it. She talking that DEI is for talk. I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think so. Yeah, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Look at how she conducts herself. Look at how she conducts herself. This is ridiculous. This is and again, so what? Let me ask you this. What's the point of having a conversation with an individual that says they don't care what you say? That's not a conversation. You can't have a conversation with somebody like that, because regardless of what it is that you say, based on her own testimony, it'll automatically be dismissed. It doesn't matter what you say. Why even bother? So then when somebody just bypasses and doesn't bother and just doesn't have a conversation, then it's, oh, they won't talk to me. They won't talk to me.
Into Congress every single day. You know why I don't feel a way and why you can't make me doubt who I am is because I know that I had to work 10 times as hard as they did just to get into the seat. When you look and you compare me to Marjorie Taylor Greene or me to Lauren Boebert, there is no comparison. And that is the life that we have always.
There's an absolute comparison. All three of you are the same people. There's an absolute comparison of you, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert. All three of you are the bottom of the respective group of people that you come from. And on top of it, like I said, the kind of nonsense that the kind of antics that all three of them pull, none of those women would be able to be in the government in most Asian countries. Definitely not in Russia. You know what I'm saying? For sure, not in any Arabic country. Their brand of nonsense is only tolerated in the United States, which it don't matter if we had a red wave or not. It don't matter if we had a red wave or not. The United States is ultimately liberal in comparison to the rest of the world. As right-leaning as these clowns in the United States want to think that they are, the United States is ultimately liberal in comparison to the rest of the world. Because shout out to anybody that's ever been around the rest of the world. Everybody knows, unless you're in Australia, unless you're in the UK, unless you're in Canada, unless you're in the United States, this and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert would not be tolerated. And it definitely wouldn't be tolerated in the government. Definitely wouldn't be tolerated in the government.
Always lived. So the only people that are crying are the mediocre white boys that have been beaten out by people that historically have had to work so much harder. This is why they don't want us to have education.
What do you guys, this is why they don't want us to have education. Now it's funny that Jasmine Crockett says that, because I would actually say if there's anybody, quote unquote, fighting against, quote unquote, any, quote unquote, education, efforts, it would be people within that DEI blanket, right? Because like Ed Blum and all them, they're filing these lawsuits in regards to what? So I would actually say it's people within the DEI issues that actually, quote unquote, either have more of an issue with education or more of an issue with the competitive nature of education than what she's just simply rambling about here. And again, people can get upset that I said that, but the facts support what I'm saying. The facts support what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
This is why they are trying to literally say we won't fund the HBCUs, because they know that.
Now, she said that we won't fund the HBCUs. Now, if I'm not mistaken, if I have my information correct, somebody double check, because I'm not perfect. Trump 1.0 allowed for the most money to be allocated to the HBCUs. Isn't that correct? If that's not correct, somebody correct me, but I'm pretty sure that that's correct. So, of course, then there'll be somebody that, HBCU, okay. The only reason I'm bringing HBCUs up is because that was her argument, right? That was her argument. And that argument is flimsy. That argument is flimsy. If you base Trump's past administration on, if you base what he would do on his current administration to what he's done in his past administration, the past administration, Trump freed up the most funds for HBCUs. And she's saying he's not going to do anything for HBCUs. Now, do HBCUs do anything for us? That's a different conversation. But if we're going to use that as a comparison basis, she's not accurate right here. You know what I'm saying?
They are trying to literally say we won't fund the HBCUs, because they know that if they've already gone after affirmative action and they're saying, you know what, don't allow them to come into, say, these PWIs, as we call them.
Now, again, right? Shout out. I'm a proud graduate of 2 PWIs. Literally nobody stopped me from going. And now, mind you, right, I graduated both of my programs that I took at PWIs. And technically, I guess you could consider a community college that I went to a PWI. All in my college career, I always graduated magna cum laude from my degree and certificate program, right? Nobody stopped me, and I didn't have to work harder than anybody else had to in order to get the grades that I got. As a matter of fact, the majority of my class worked a lot harder than me because they just didn't have the academic gifts that I got. Now, as far as me working hard, you know, I had to work a full-time job my entire college career, including my, you know what I'm saying, postgraduate. But that didn't have nothing to do with me in my academic performance. I mean, I guess it could have, right? It possibly could have, but the end results were that it didn't, and I passed, and I could do it again in another program if I chose to. And just like I'm sure any of you guys could. Now, let me ask you guys this question. If people really are as anti-education as they say that they are, why is it that all of the college commercials come on during daytime soap opera hours and court TV hours? Why is that? Why is that, ladies and gentlemen? Has anybody ever noticed that? All them, you know, community colleges and like the small private colleges, those the advertisements and the commercials for those, they all come on during the soap opera hours and the daytime court TV hours. Why do they choose that time to play that stuff? Let me know what you guys think.
Don't allow them to come into these institutions. We know why they created the HBCUs in the first place. It was because
now what is the, and again, the most important question, right? The most important question in regards to all of this is, what does any of this have to do with immigration? Jasmine Crockett is using MK Ultra. Shout out to TD Media Group. TD Media Group says you went to a PWI. Shout out to TD. TD said you went to a PWI because you a sellout like me. Listen, I'm gonna ask you this: how many graduates of historically black colleges work at PWEs, predominantly white employers? I'll wait. So what do it matter if you spent all your money at Howard and you go work at Chase? You go Chase. How many historical black college alumni, you know what I'm saying, work for a PWE, a predominantly white employer? I would say most of them, because most employers are predominantly white. Shout out to Tia. Tia says she a sellout too. Look, we all sellouts. Hit the button. Hit the button. You know what I'm saying?
because they wouldn't allow us into the white institutions. And so now they're
why? I mean, again, this is where you get into that. This is where you get into those century-long mistakes that create a cascading incorrect effect, right? This modified begging. Modified begging. Let me look. I want to ask. Look, listen. So, in one instance, she's talking about PWIs, and then the next instance, she's saying they won't let her in. They won't let her in. They won't let her in. Now, all the people that have a problem with this, right? In one instance, people have a problem with alleged coons being manufactured, while at the same time, they knocking at the doors like Nelly, let us in now, let us in now. Predominantly white colleges, let us in now. Like, what? So if you go to a predominantly white college and you think that a white education is what's creating the manufacturing of all these coons, and then people look out into the environment and say, damn, it's a lot of coons out here. People fought for their ability to become a coon by going to the predominantly white colleges. By that logic. You know what I'm saying? By that logic. Now, is that going to always happen? No. But by that logic, that's what that logic would say. So my thing is, why didn't people establish their own scholars, right? And then build their own colleges and come up with syllabi and education criteria and curriculum that are superior to the rest of the education and curriculum that's offered? We got to get into theirs. Somebody don't have to let you into their house. Here's another news flash. People don't have to like you either. You know what I'm saying? Isn't it like people have the right to not like you? I mean, you know, I can't say whether that's right or wrong, but that's just the reality of the world. Is nobody in the chat that doesn't have somebody that they don't like for a good reason. Everybody got somebody that they don't like for a certain reason, or even for no reason. What if somebody forced you to like that person? How would you feel? Are people not confident enough to where they're able to not care if somebody likes them and just, you know what, you don't have to like me, but guess what? I'm going to just prove that I'm better than you at every aspect, and I'm going to lock you out of what I'm doing. What do people have against that? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said, bro, she's a clown. What she's trying to do is align everything with our struggle to the Vatos jumping the border. That's what she's trying to do. Facts. Facts, 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 facts. And yet and still people came out and, you know what I'm saying, they simped out on her, right? They simped out on her when she got into a conflict with an individual that is more aligned with the popular alignment on immigration than she is, because she's not with the border security. She's not with mass deportations. She's not with none of that. So all these people made all these videos in defense of her and then turn around and say, get them out of here. Get them out of here. Get them out. Deport. Send them back. Send them back. Really? Again, this is more evidence of people wanting the dual realities. Which reality do you want? And again, it don't matter which reality that you want. At least just pick one and stick with it. You know what I'm saying? At least just pick one reality and stick with it.
Place. It was because they wouldn't allow us into the white institutions. And so now they're not allowing us in. And
now, again, if we went in on Myron Gaines for wanting to get in, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If we're going to roast Myron Gaines for trying to get into a white supremacist Twitter space, what needs to be said about people trying to get into white supremacist colleges? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Did y'all hear them shell casings drop? I told you.
Place. It was because they wouldn't allow us into the white institutions. And so now they're not allowing us in.
They were white institutions, and the people that wanted to get into them weren't white. And there was no laws that made that, you know, legally necessary to do at the time. How many people would agree that this is modified begging? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. You like that one, Carlton? I told you. Yeah. I told you. Look, how we gonna make a video about Myron Gaines trying to get into that white supremacist Twitter space and not make no videos talking about trying to get into a white supremacist college? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We dealing. Look, we dealing with that dual reality again. Oof. Oof.
And now they're saying, you know what, we're also going to defund the HBCUs. You know why? Because they don't want any more Kamala Harris's. They don't want any more Jasmine Crockett's. But I got news for them.
Hey, look, man, they might not be the only ones. They might not be the only. It might be more people that kind of. It might be more people that feel that way than just them people that you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? It might be more than just them people that she talking about.
Institutions. And so now they're not allowing us in. And now they're saying, you know what, we're also going to defund the HBCUs. You know why? Because they don't want any more Kamala Harris's. They don't want any more Jasmine Crockett's. But I got news for them. I don't care what they do. We will fight to the end to make sure that we get our due. Because again, if you want to talk about the people that shouldn't be in this country.
Well, they've listen, if we talking about get our due and we talking about the Democrats, listen, they've been getting TKO'd for the last they've been getting TKO'd for the last 60 years in regards to quote unquote getting our due. You know what I'm saying? They've been getting TKO'd for the last 60 years for getting their due. When anybody get their due? You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people got hairdos, but we ain't get our due.
You probably need to look in the mirror because the last time I checked, the Native Americans who some of ICE have been rounding up, or the Puerto Ricans who are absolutely.
Now she talking about white boys, but them two people that she just pointed out, they check off white on the job application. What's up with that? Shout out to my man Moxie Approve. What's up with that? You know what I'm saying? What's up with that? Shout out to everybody watching, man. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. I mean, like, what's up with this, man? You know what I'm saying? Like, again, this is that poison. This is that poison. This is that nonsense. This is that dual reality. Yeah, shout out to Detroit 313. I mean, she's gonna have to pay out of pocket. No more Pell Grants. You know what I'm saying? No more Pell Grants. You know what I'm saying?
Fight to the end to make sure that we get our due. Because again, if you want to talk about the people that shouldn't be in this country, you probably need to look in the mirror. Because the last time I checked, the Native Americans who some of ICE have been rounding up, or the Puerto.
Wait a minute. Now, let me ask you this, right? Because what she's talking about right here. She's talking about the people that's on reservations, right? Now, here go my question. When did ICE round up some people off the reservations? When did she do that? Or when did ICE do that? Does anybody have any footage of that?
Puerto Ricans who are absolute.
When is listen, man, she sounds crazy right now. You can't round. Puerto Ricans are American citizens, first and foremost. They just speak a different language. Puerto Rico is a commonwealth. Puerto Ricans have American citizenship. True or false? No one's rounding up Puerto Ricans, sending them, you know what I'm saying, deporting them. You can't do that. What is she talking about? Who rounded some Puerto Ricans up?
The people that shouldn't be in this country, you probably need to look in the mirror. Because the last time I checked, the Native Americans who some of ICE have been rounding up, or
who has what people on reservations has ICE rounded up?
The Puerto Ricans who.
What Puerto Ricans have ICE rounded up? What is she talking about? Shout out to my man TD. TD said conservatives actively promote school of choice for all Americans. So the poorest of us are not locked into trash schools based on your zip code. Facts. And then you got people like King Randall that, you know what I'm saying, got schools for people that, you know what I'm saying, then, you know, people start spreading all type of misinformation about King Randall because of the people that he be around instead of what he's actually doing. You know what I'm saying? Which, again, the people that got the biggest issue with King Randall are probably more politically aligned with King Randall than they are with I don't know what. Do you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. Deformed Pretty Boy said that cartel cocaine got her tripping. Yeah, that cartel cocaine got her tripping. Got her big tripping.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
I'm the king of the world. You will bow down, bitches.
She said they rounding up Puerto Ricans, man. I ain't never listen. Where some Puerto Ricans got rounded up at?
Who are absolutely Americans. Listen, the only people that came and colonized this place are your ancestors.
Actually, Trump's ancestors didn't. And actually, the ancestors of the Puerto Rican people kind of did more in regards to that than Trump's ancestors, but that's neither here nor there, right? Right? True statement, false statement. The ancestors of the Puerto Rican people probably did more in regards to colonization worldwide and, you know, what they did in Spain than, quote unquote, German people did. Shout out to Tia. Tia said Umar was big mad at Randall. That's because Randall actually opened up a school, right? And Umar failed. And then, in addition, I guess there was some type of agreement between Umar and King Randall where Umar said that he was going to come and speak at King Randall School, which I don't know why King Randall would have Umar speak at the school unless he was going there to be an example of what not to be, right? And I guess he paid Umar some money, and Umar basically was like, thanks, and then just didn't do anything about it. And then Umar lied about it when King Randall like kind of made it public, and then King Randall had to show the text messages. Now, if I might not have summarized that up, but I think I summarized you know what I'm saying, the majority of it, right? Which, you know, is not really surprising that, you know, somebody that has the scammer accent, somebody that repeats themselves 5 million times, and somebody that hasn't shown that they will produce a brick with $1 will take your money, right? But I think King Randall was actually trying to do that, you know, to try to like, I don't know, like you know, like kind of do some little networking type stuff with Umar. And Umar, man, he just one of them people, man. He one of them people that you got to just let that person like Umar starve and look crazy with their face all up in the camera. You know what I'm saying? You can't really do nothing with an Umar Johnson. I mean, I don't know why people haven't seen that yet, but I mean, hey, I you know what I'm saying? I mean, and again, you know, King Randall fell for the scam. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think King Randall was just like, honestly, like, I think King Randall was like, so many people have smeared my name. Maybe if I link up with Umar, it'll give me a little bit more legitimacy, because I don't know why these fools support Umar, but you know what I'm saying? A lot of these fools support Umar. So maybe if they'll see like I'm working with Umar, that'll kind of, you know, that'll kind of trickle down onto me. And the only thing that trickled down onto him was he became just another number in the Umar scam. Shout out to Detroit. Detroit said Umar Johnson is a citizen of Ghana. Ghana, you know what I'm saying? Ghana who? Gonorrhea. So now here it says Crockett claimed Trump would defund historically black colleges and universities, but the Republican president had not announced such a move as part of his crackdown on DEI. You know why? Because they don't want any more Kamala Harrises. It's a lot of people that don't want no more Kamala Harrises. It's a lot of people that don't want that nonsense. A lot of people don't want to hear about bathtub collard greens. A lot of people don't want to hear about bathtub collard greens and Kwanzaa. You know what I'm saying? You know why? Because they don't want any more Kamala Harrises. They don't want any more Jasmine Crockett's. The Democrat Congresswoman continued speaking fast as she spiraled out. They're saying that she crashed out in this article. The article saying that she crashed out. The article said that she crashed out, man. Crockett assured Democrats will fight to the end to protect DEI initiatives. Yeah, Brandon Johnson to go to jail for it before pivoting to Trump's mass deportations. Now, again, see, there you go, right? Pay attention to the pivot. And again, so it's another episode of who's holding the crowbar. Who's holding the crowbar? Jasmine, put that crowbar down. What are you doing with it? Put that crowbar down. You know what I'm saying? She said Trump shouldn't be in this country before prattling off about the president's quote-unquote ancestors as immigration and custom enforcement agents remove dangerous illegal migrants from the U.S. Oh, man. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do, man? What do you do with this nonsense? If you want to talk about the people who shouldn't be in this country, you probably need to look in the mirror. Because last time I checked, the Native Americans who some of ICE have been rounding up, or the Puerto Ricans who are absolutely Americans, the Democrat representative added. Now, listen, man, if she wanted to black this up, right? If she wanted to black this up, she could have at least brought up the Black American that got detained, only detained, mind you, detained in the ICE bust in Maryland, right? Because it was, from what I understand, it was a Black American that got detained in the ICE bust in Maryland. They probably didn't let him go since, right? But she didn't even bring him up. She didn't even bring him up. You know what I'm saying? Probably because it was a him. So now here it says Crockett topped off her meltdown by telling CNN's Laura Coates, the only people that came to colonize this place are your ancestors, Trump. And again, what Germans came to the United States to colonize? Right? Because now, if our delineation is supposed to be legitimate and flat blackness is a bad thing, the logic got to be applied all over the place. So can we flat whiteness colonizing? Did Vladimir Putin's ancestors come to the United States to colonize? I don't think so. I don't think we know whose ancestors came to the United States to colonize. They're all on the money that everybody wants reparations in. They're all on that money, right? What country did they come from? Since delineating is the standard, got to do it across the board, right? Shout out to my man Detroit 313. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Detroit 313 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for my man Detroit 313. Detroit 313 said, meanwhile, Kamala Harris and her dictator friends is driving us towards World War III, nuclear war, getting ready to get nuked by some Russians. That's why everyone voted for Trump. Oh, yeah, facts. It's a lot of people that voted for Trump in that regard. Absolutely. Absolutely. If you guys agree with Detroit 313, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to you, bro. I definitely appreciate you funding the organization. Make sure y'all show Detroit 313 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat from my man Detroit 313.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar, dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to Black Spider. Make sure y'all show Black Spider some love. I definitely appreciate you, Black Spider. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Black Spider for funding the organization.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, bitch.
Silence. Silence. I ain't got no money, pop.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Now, shout out to Maine, right? Maine says United Kingdom. All right. So now if we're no longer discussing things in terms of quote unquote flat blackness, I want to ask you guys, what's the thought on discussing things quote unquote in terms of flat whiteness? Now, if we're not discussing things in terms of flat whiteness, is Jasmine Crockett accurate in what she's saying? If she's accurate in what she's saying, give me a thumbs up. If she's not, give me a thumbs down. That's my question. Now, again, the only reason, and regardless, right, of what anybody feels about this, right, the only reason why Jasmine Crockett said that was to activate that MK Ultra. The only that is the only reason why she brought that up, to activate the MK Ultra. Get involved in this, black people. It was a call for that. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted. Now, this is TD's favorite mayor. Shout out to TD if TD's still watching. TD's favorite mayor got blasted by the alderman. I mean, this dude, he's been blasted by the alderman. I mean, it seems like every single time, right? Chicago alderman blast mayor over immigration. The mayor is a friend of mine. He's way left. I'm way right. I don't know why he's not listening to the people. He's not listening to... listen. Why is Brandon Johnson not listening to the people, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know why. I know why Brandon Johnson not listening to the people. Yeah, it's the lift bat signal. Facts, Brooklyn Queen. Facts. Facts. Several Chicago aldermen slammed Democrat Mayor Brandon Johnson. Too bad it wasn't on his head. After he has stated he would not be working with President Donald Trump's after Trump's administration. He would not be working with President Donald Trump's administration on immigration. The alderman appeared on the Fox News digital channel. So let's see if maybe they got a little clip on here and we can see what they talked about. Oh, they had the boy Ray Lopez on there. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Let me see. Real quick, while I'm getting this together, make sure y'all smash the like button if y'all haven't. If you're not subscribed to the channel, take a moment, subscribe to the channel. All right, we're going to take a look at this real quick. Shout out to Carlton. Shout out to Carlton. We're gonna do it like Tom Homan. We're gonna watch this real quick. We're gonna watch this real quick like Tom Homan. Hold on real quick. Let's see. All right, now this is interesting, right? Ray Lopez. Ray Lopez, man, listen, what do y'all think Ray Lopez is saying right here?
Constituents that he cares most about, which was, I think the mayor is listening to the constituents that he cares most about, which was hyper liberal white progressives in the city of Chicago. He's not concerned about.
Oh, well, wait. So, you know, if Ray Lopez, right, is calling Brandon out, saying that Brandon Johnson only listened to the white hyper liberal leftists in Chicago, why Brandon Johnson be blacking everything up all the time? He be blacking it up like a bag of Kingsford charcoal, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD. TD said, I don't know about my favorite mayor, but my favorite secretary of Homeland Security is Kristi Noem. Kristi Instagram Noem. You know what I'm saying?
On African Americans, he's not concerned about Latinos, and I think the mayor is listening to the constituents that he cares most about, which is hyper liberal white progressives in the city of Chicago. He's not concerned about African Americans. He's not.
Now, but real quick though, right? Real quick. If Brandon Johnson is only concerned about hyper liberal white leftists, here's my question: how is he going against DEI initiatives then? Because everybody that Ray Lopez lists after that, we're considered DEI by white people. But white people is who Brandon Johnson is servicing. So you got to ask yourself the question. I mean, Brandon Johnson, for the most part, is doing what everybody want him to do, right? He's saying, forget the DEI, right? I mean, he is doing that. Anti-DEI Brandon Johnson, right?
Not concerned about Latinos, and he absolutely is not concerned about undocumented Mexicans who will bear the brunt of his actions. He is playing a game of chicken with their lives, and it's disgusting.
He believes that he is such a strong advocate for human rights, no matter what your citizenship status is, that if you're here and you're not a citizen and you're committing heinous crimes, he wants to protect you.
I got to believe the majority of people don't want these bad people protected in our city or state.
Man, how fast is he? How fast is that dude talking at it? Wait a minute, hold on.
No, the mayor hasn't spent any time in neighborhoods where he has put them.
He wants to protect you.
I got to believe the majority of people don't want these bad people protected in our city or state or country.
No,
I got to believe the majority of people don't want these bad people protected in our city or state or country.
No, the mayor hasn't spent any time in neighborhoods where he has put the migrants, where he has seen the criminality run rampant in our communities. Oftentimes, he deflects from what's going on in neighborhoods, particularly in the black community, trying to pivot and make it sound as though.
Man, they be getting these black politicians, man. They be getting these black politicians, man. They be putting these black politicians on blast. Hey, he ain't even doing nothing for black people, and I ain't black, and I'm saying it. How many times have y'all seen that trick? And the black politicians fall for it every time. What y'all think about that, man? Let me ask y'all this question. Who put a gun to Brandon Johnson's head and made him do politics like this? Who did that? Yeah, I don't know if y'all heard it in the background, but this is that video where the exchange rate for Bitcoin, you know what I'm saying? It was 30 cents a Bitcoin. Yeah, yeah, that's crazy, right? Why do they fall for it, man? Why do they fall for it? Yeah, shout out to Maine. Yeah. Who's seen that? Who's seen that video? I posted it in the Discord with the with the with the 30-cent Bitcoins. Shout out to shout out to Bronze to God. Bronze to God said, because most of the black politicians could use a brain transplant. Bro, facts. I heard they about to perfect doing a head transplant in China. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the brain will come with it. I don't know. Hopefully it do. They need to stop voting for people that need a brain transplant, though. I need some doggone 30-cent Bitcoin is what I need. You know what I'm saying? Forget all this.
Community is being racist against the new arrivals. Even as recently as last week, he claimed that these were indigenous people making their home back again in the city of Chicago. This last time I checked, Chicago is nowhere near South America.
Both the city and the state.
Oh, they getting him with the pyramid babble, man. Brandon Johnson trying to come with the pyramid babble because he get his hair cut like a pyramid, and it just ain't working out on national television. Like I warned people. That kind of stuff is cool for YouTube panel, you know what I'm saying? For YouTube panel discussions where people microphone quality sound like what TD called up here with, and the picture is all upside down and blurry, but that shit don't work nationally. Look, I think Black Spider want to see the 30-cent Bitcoins. I think who want to see the 30-cent Bitcoins? You ain't never gonna see them again. That's a thing of the past. That will never ever happen again. You know what I'm saying? Despite popular belief, that'll never ever happen again. Bitcoin will never ever be 30 cents ever again. You know what I'm saying? This is all you need to know about them, Black Spider. At one point, they were 30 cents. Today, they're over $100,000. That is literally the only thing that you need to know. That's all you need to know.
In this video, I'll show you how to buy Bitcoins using PayPal using the CoinPal service. First, go to coinpal.indrix.com and you'll be presented with this order form. In order to make a purchase, you have to have a verified PayPal account. So I'll enter my verified PayPal email address in the form.
Now you see the date of this video. This video was. Hold on, real quick.
Confirm my email address by entering.
I think it said this video was posted 12/10. This video was posted 12/10 of 2010. 12/10 of 2010.
In this video, I'll show you how to buy Bitcoins using PayPal using the CoinPal service. First, go to coinpal.indrix.com and you'll be presented with this order form. In order to make a purchase, you have to have a verified PayPal
Shout out to John.
account.
What's good with it, bro?
So I'll enter my verified PayPal email address in the form. And then I'll confirm my email address by entering again. I want to buy 10 Bitcoins, and I'll enter my Bitcoin.
He bought 10 Bitcoins. How much is 10 Bitcoins worth today? He bought 10 Bitcoins. I'm just buying 10 Bitcoins. That's El Salvador amounts of buying Bitcoin today. Nobody's buying 10 Bitcoins at a time today. Yeah. Shout out to Maine. That's $1 million. It's $1 million today. Ain't nobody buying 10 Bitcoins today. Shout out to John Guillory. John said, I see Rob rubbing it again, showing us how we missed out on that $1 million gain. Yeah, man. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Receiving address there. I click continue. It presents me with the details of my order.
The purchase price of 10 Bitcoins is $3. It's $3. See that? Bitcoin quantity, 10 Bitcoins at 30 cents each. Purchase price, $10. Imagine buying 10 Bitcoin for $3. It'll never happen ever again. It'll never happen ever again. Shout out to When Loser Rug. When Loser Rug said, you got to leave the wreckage in the past, bro. Listen, this is a constant reminder to me. Listen, bro, I will fight to secure my cryptocurrency to the death. That's just a reminder. You know what I'm saying? It's just a reminder. This is why. You know what I'm saying? This is why. That was just in 2010. That's only 10 years ago. Man, Da Vinci said, buy $1 friggin' dollar. $1 friggin' dollar. If you had bought $1 friggin' dollar back then, you know what I'm saying? People got every excuse in the world why they want to keep themselves broke. You know what I'm saying?
come to their senses and work with these people and start deporting these bad people out of our city and our country. It was a little promising thing lately. Governor Pritzker kind of changed his tune a little bit, saying that we don't want criminals in our city and our state anymore. So that was good.
He's listening to an extreme branch of the city that think we should be protecting anyone with undocumented status, no matter what they may be accused of.
Now we're faced with a situation here in communities like Back of the Yards where I have Venezuelan gangs, the Aragua, and all the rest of them here fighting against my residents, fighting against local businesses, fighting against even the long-term undocumented who made this their home, causing chaos and dangerous situations on the streets here.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to Brandon Johnson, how is he going to go down in history? How are the history books going to talk about Brandon Johnson? You know what I'm saying? What's going to be the legacy of Brandon Johnson in the history books, y'all? How is he going to be regarded? And shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. How is Brandon Johnson going to be looked at in the future? Now, here's an even better question. Who put him in office? Remember that song? Didn't Nas come out with the song called I Gave You Power? Who remember that song that Nas made called I Gave You Power? Who gave Brandon Johnson power? I would say the same people that gave Tiffany Henyard power.
It's important now more than ever to revisit this issue and do whatever we can do to work with our federal partners to get rid of these bad actors that are here in our communities and in our city.
Because sure, people are not going after grandma and grandpa, they're going after the hardened criminals, and that's what they're looking for.
Why wouldn't we allow them to be deported, especially if they're guilty of the crimes that they're accused of? And here in Illinois, because we have something called the Safety Act, which was bail reform that was enacted a couple of...
Yeah, facts. Shout out to TD. Of course, we know who did it. The monolith that allegedly doesn't exist. Oh, that monolith exists. You know what I'm saying? That monolith exists and it's real.
Of years ago, a judge is only going to hold an individual for pretrial detention if the evidence of their guilt is overwhelming. So even though these 80 people haven't been convicted of the crimes they're accused of, a judge ruled at some point that the evidence against them was so compelling that they need to be held in jail. And if they are not citizens and they're here either illegally or in undocumented status, I think it's perfectly appropriate for us to cooperate with the federal government and allow them to be deported back to the country they came from.
If we had the ability to work with ICE, they wouldn't be here. But that's not what the mayor supports. That's not what his socialist allies support. But thankfully, the pendulum is swinging in our favor locally and nationally. And I believe we'll be able to make some changes to get rid of these individuals who clearly have no regard for Chicago or regard for this country.
We just want them out of here, and I want to protect our communities and make sure everybody's safe.
So there's that. There's that. You know what I'm saying? So let me see. Hold on real quick. Let me see. I think we could actually save this entire article for later. So I'm gonna pull this to the back. All right. So next, what we're gonna talk about is how many people heard about these protests that went down in California. Shout out to the people that's from California in the chat. I know y'all probably heard about it. It was some man, it was some very interesting. It was some very wild, interesting, and backward stuff going on at these protests. You know what I'm saying? It was some wild, backwards weirdness going on at these protests. Now, what do y'all think was the most interesting thing that went on at these protests? What was the most interesting thing that popped off at these protests? What happened at these protests that was the most bizarre? Because there was some bizarre stuff that went on at these protests. Don't get it twisted. Like the protests were weird. The protests were extremely weird. And the thing is that when it comes to this type of stuff, we can't not point out how weird some of it is. It's weird. It's weird. Now, shout out to TD, right? Because TD did some videos about it. But I'm curious as to what do y'all think was the weirdest thing about these protests? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Did they have a sign up there that said no? They had a sign up there that said that? No justice, no tacos. Somebody had that on a picket sign. See what I'm saying, man? Do y'all see what I'm saying though? Oh, Rob, you just on one of your rants. You know what I'm saying? Clowns be saying, Rob, you on one of your rants. You know what I'm saying? And then turn around and be talking about what I'm talking about next week. You know what I'm saying? But when I'm saying it, it's a rant. Listen, man, I swear, people are so anti-reality, it's wild. And again, if you pay attention to why a lot of stuff doesn't get done, if a lot of stuff just looks so goofy and ridiculous, that's why. The reason why is because there has been an enforcement of anti-reality for years. I would go as far as to say as long as people been voting for the Democrats. You know what I'm saying? Then people get up, you know what I'm saying, upholding this anti-reality insanity in their households. And then, why ain't stuff working now? Why ain't stuff working? Hey, let them drown, man. Let them burn. Let them drown. Let them burn. Because you can't do anything. You cannot make sense to individuals that do not want to understand sense. So it doesn't matter. Don't waste your time. You know what I'm saying? Don't waste your time. None of what I do, none of what I'm doing, I'm not here to save anybody. I ain't throwing no lifesaver into no ocean. I'm not throwing no raft into I'm not doing none of that. I'm not going to save anybody that is interested in drowning because that makes two people that drown. Shout out to y'all that's in here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are in here because y'all feel the same way. It's a small minority of people who are sick of the nonsense, sick of it. That's what we're here for. You know what I'm saying?
The downtown Los Angeles. Scott Wright is live in Air 7 over a protest. So if you're heading to downtown, be aware you might have some travel issues. Scott.
Yeah, Philip, that is certainly possible. We had a demonstration yesterday as well, and a march similar to this one. Several hundred people right now in Spring Street. And yesterday afternoon into the evening, at one point, they tried to block the 101 freeway. CHP moved in and did not let that happen. Right now, we're south on Spring. I believe this started at Mariachi Park, came down Main, down to First, and now past 2nd on Spring Street. Seems to be a couple hundred people or so. We don't see much of a law enforcement footprint at all at this point in time. And the protest, the march, if you will, seems to be peaceful. I'm not certain how well organized it is. I say that because it appears to start at Mariachi Park, but we don't know where it's ending. A lot of times we'll get notification where they're going to go to, and there's going to be a rally. At this point in time, we haven't seen that information. But certainly on Spring Street, some of the surface streets in downtown, you get several hundred people down here. It will affect the drive. There's no question about that, Philip. But right now it's peaceful. A couple hundred people or so will give you a little bit of a wide shot, give you an idea exactly where this is in downtown LA. It's on Spring, coming up to 3rd, 4th, and maybe headed to Pershing Square. That's just speculation, but a lot of times that is the case. So no big traffic implication right now, but we do believe we're going to see more and more people gathering here and joining this march and protest as we make our way into the afternoon.
Well, and it certainly could change over the next hour if people start to just come to an end at an intersection. So we'll keep looking at it, Scott. Thank you. But there are demonstrations all across Southern California, for that matter. Eyewitness News reporter Jessica Nova joins us now live in Santa Ana with more on the same story, but in Orange County. Jessica.
That's right. We are right in downtown Santa Ana, right in front of Sasser Park, where this demonstration is growing by the second. It started at 10 o'clock with just a few dozen people. And I am telling you, by the second, we are.
You know, so I think that is interesting, right? And I think that people should pay very close attention to this. You know, how many people notice the very people who are protesting for this quote unquote immigration effort, right? Those people are the very people that are also anti-reparations, right? Right? So now, you know, my thing is, I think that is interesting. If those people are anti-reparations and they're anti-reparations based on their, you know, quote unquote understanding of historical information, my question would be, if that's the case, I don't understand how these people wouldn't understand how people would have an issue with this particular means of migration, immigration, border crossing, based on quote unquote historical information as it applies to the 14th Amendment. Now, if you say that black people shouldn't get reparations, but you do believe that immigrants and undocumented immigrants should be allowed citizenship based on slavery amendments, you got to explain that logic to me. Because again, when it comes to the quote unquote 14th Amendment, the immigrants in that situation were the owners of the slaves. There was nothing in, and the owners of the slaves, I would say, are a different comparison than undocumented border crossers. Would you guys, if you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. So, you know, my thing is, how does all that work? I mean, like, hey, SA, you know what I'm saying? Like, I understand you want to be here in the United States, SA, but unfortunately, you know, you weren't a descendant of slaves. And if you want to sit there and say that we got our reparations with these amendments, well, then that means that we got our reparations. SA, we got them, not you, which means you got to apply for your citizenship. Because anybody that wants to sit there and say that these civil rights bills were, quote unquote, our reparations, well, then that's what they were. They were our reparations, which means you got to go fill out an application. You just killed your own argument. Y'all hear that shell casing drop? How many of y'all heard that shell casing drop? What'd I tell y'all?
Are now to several hundred. Now, the message here is clear, and it's a critical one for organizers. They have people of all ages here today coming together to take part in the Day Without Immigrants demonstrations we're seeing across the nation. Immigrants and allies asked to not show up to work or school to show the economic impact of the immigrant community.
So everybody boycotting, you know what I'm saying? Stop going to Target. Don't go nowhere else. Everybody boycotting. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's boycotting. Let me ask y'all this. How effective do y'all think that this is? How effective y'all think this is going to be? What is this going to do exactly? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if this is going to make a difference. We got Intuitively Wise back. What's going on, Intuitively Wise? Welcome back to the stream. How you doing? Good to see you. Hope everything been going good your way. What is this going to do?
And organizers of this particular demonstration tell me a key message for them today is to show immigrants are more than a workforce. With me here, I have the two women who put together today's event here in the heart of Santa Ana. Thank you so much for joining me. Now, you told me earlier, one of you had said you want to show that the immigrant community is more than just a workforce. Can you please elaborate on that?
It's more than just a workforce. We're a community. We're humans ourselves. We do so much for our family and friends. We're so much more than just exactly just more than a workforce. We're here for our people. We're here to fight and show that we could do so much more than just, what they.
Now, I mean, now check this out, right? This is what I don't understand. if they're documented and not criminals, I don't understand. Like, why you? I've listen. You know what I'm saying? This ain't really the time to be all out in the street like that, right? Because to be honest, you know what I'm saying? All they doing is just, oh, we know where these protests is at. Tom Homan and them pull up in the black SUVs and just clear the streets out just like that. I would actually, you know what I'm saying? Like, it might not be a bad idea to do the protest on a Zoom call or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, you know, they make too much noise. They're gonna pull up in them black SUVs because everybody all in one place. You know what I'm saying? But hey, whatever.
They called us to do what they want us to do. We're here for our people. Thank you so much, Carla Valencia. And the other organizer here with me is Tomali Un. Tolali, disculpa, I'm sorry, Tolali. Now, Tolali, you had told me about the history Santana has and a message you had, right, for the mayor?
So Santana has a very big immigrant population, and our current mayor does a lot of things, like she gives money to our police force instead of our schools, and she recently just said that
now, see, like, shout out, I never been to the West Coast, right? I'm not familiar with the West Coast. I only know like West Coast from like the music, right? And like, so, you know, like I you know, back in the day, I used to listen to Warren G, you know what I'm saying? And I know on this DJ, Warren G was like Santa Ana, you know what I'm saying? On that part, the Santa Ana used to have a lot of black people, and then it kind of, the population kind of flipped. Let me know. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said they're documented. They just want to be the center of attention. You know, and you know, they got OnlyFans accounts. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these people marching, they on OnlyFans. What they need more attention for? You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, man, Tom Homan and Dr. Phil gonna pull up, and it's gonna be all bad. It's gonna be all bad. They got them all in one place, man. They better scatter. I don't know. I don't get it, man. I don't be understanding a lot of times what people's I don't be understanding what people be doing. You listen, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. If I was undocumented, I would not be all out there like that. I would be, you talking about a low profile, bro. My profile would be down to the ground. You know what I'm saying? My profile would be down to the ground. And I ain't even gonna lie to you. I might even holler. I might, you know, hey, if it's some people that I had an issue with or some people that I had a beef with, they might mess around. They might mess around and get turned in. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna lie to you. If I got a beef or some issue with somebody else, yo, you know what I'm saying? They might find out where you sleep at. You know what I'm saying? They might find out where you stay. But I'm not going to be out here doing all this.
She wanted to work with ICE, and I think that she's very brave to say that, because she likes to call herself the first Latina in seat, but then she acts and betrays our people. So we're here to tell her that we're here, and we put her in power. We can take her out of power.
Thank you so much. Thank you both for your time. And the organizers also sharing with me that it is very important for them to keep today's event
see, look, this is how conditioned they are, right? He looked like the type of dude that's just going to come through there and mow everybody down. Ain't nobody even paying attention to him. He's sitting up there looking crazy, looking like Weird Al Yankovic with a black trench coat on, just staring at everybody. He ain't kicking it. He ain't having fun with nobody. He just sitting out there ice grilling. There's somebody. What you doing out here, bro? Who are you? They doing the same thing that them people up in Buffalo did. They're not assessing threats. You know what I'm saying? Because they've been conditioned to think that ain't a threat. Now, you know what I'm saying? If I walked up through there, hey, Holmes, hey, Holmes, what you doing here, Holmes? You know what I'm saying? While you got this adult trench coat mafia member just standing there behind everybody's back. Everybody, look, whose face can you see? Everybody's back is turned. Everybody's back is turned.
important for them to keep today's event peaceful, keep it here in the area. They don't want to disturb, but they want to make their message clear. So far, we have heard peaceful chants. We have seen them go from one corner to the other, following the light signals. A lot of support from the cars that are driving by. Everything here remaining peaceful again with.
Hey, did that sign say "Viva Las Mexico"? Like, stop lying. Stop. See what I'm saying? Y'all Viva La California. Like, stop.
That are driving by. Everything here remaining peaceful again with people of all ages making their message loud and clear. Reporting live in downtown Santa Ana, Jessica De Nova, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Now, and again, right, shout out to Win Lose a Rug, because Win Lose a Rug said that they copying the Lith with this nonsense, right? And the thing is that they are. And listen, again, this is not going to be popular for me to say, right? This is not going to be popular for me to say, but it is what it is, right? It's the facts. Copying the Lith is not always a flex. You know what I'm saying? Copying the Lith is not always a flex. I think many Lith copying flexes that are lucrative have already been done and exhausted, but every copy of the Lith is not a flex. This isn't a flex. You know what I'm saying? Doing what they're doing right here. It's not going to do anything. It's not going to help anything. You know what I'm saying? They got people out there looking crazy. You know what I'm saying? What they've done, right? Because the undocumented community is not just Latino people. It's not. And on top of it, it's for real, not if we're gonna, again, if we're doing the flat blackness thing, we gotta ask the flat whiteness question. We also gotta ask the flat Latino, flat Hispanic question, right? So if we're doing the delineation thing, right? All right, we gotta apply that logic everywhere. The majority of the migrants ain't even Mexican. Yeah, no peace, no tacos is diabolical. That's wild. I don't even know what I don't know what to say about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. Like, that's wild. No peace, no peace, no tacos, man. That's crazy. That's what I'm saying, man. It just, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of this, it gets wild. It just, what do you say about this? This is what Tom Homan said about it. He said that it's been a massive drop in migrant crossings. You know what I'm saying?
3%. 93%. Wow. That's a bigger decrease than under the first Trump administration. As far as deportation operation, we're just shy of, I think we got 5,000 already arrested the first week, and majority of them being criminals.
Yeah, so the majority of the people in California, they're Mexican, right? So they just decided to throw this on their back. The same way that the Lith be just, I'm going to just throw everything. If you just say DEI, I'm finna throw it on my back. Oh, they're talking about black people. You talking about immigrant? You talking about you talking about Mexican? Like, nah, really, that's not what's going on. I don't know how many of the news reports that you missed, but the majority of the people being discussed in these topics and situations are Venezuelan criminals. Yeah, but they talking about okay, all right, I guess so. I haven't heard Mexicans being talked about in terms of like immigrants since like, I don't know, like 2000. For real. Don't nobody even associate Mexicans with like immigration, really. For real. It's just a bunch of it's just a big mob of people. Like, it ain't really no ethnicity behind it. It's just undocumented people. You know what I'm saying? What's the face of undocumented people anymore? It's not even Mexicans, but they determined that we gonna make ourselves the face of it again. I mean, I guess. You got Jasmine Crockett trying to make black people the face of undocumented immigration. I mean, like, everybody arguing, everybody fighting to be the face of being undocumented. Me personally, I'm trying to keep my face out of being undocumented. They already pull us over for enough stuff already. But this is the way of the monolith. This is the way of the monolith. We just gonna throw this on I'm not throwing this shit on my back. I'm not throwing anything on my back except for extra Bitcoin.
Have you been able to bust into human trafficking operations that are operating in America right now? Because I know that the drug lords got people across, but then they created all these new businesses, drug trafficking and human trafficking businesses, and they've got headquarters in America.
I gotta be careful. We're involved. Let me just leave it at that. A lot of this law enforcement sensitive, but we're aware of a lot of it. We're in the middle of some of it, and you're going to see some things happening in the near future on that.
Very interesting comments there from U.S. Border Czar Tom Homan joining me yesterday from an undisclosed location on Sunday Morning Futures, discussing the latest on.
Man, what's up with Tom Homan in the undisclosed location? Where he at? He in the undisclosed location, so he could just pop out on people. You know what I'm saying? He doing it like Kendrick. I guess he gonna pop out and show him. You know what I'm saying?
On the Trump administration's deportation operation. ICE has already arrested more than 8,500 illegal migrants between January 21st and just this last Saturday, lodging over 6,000 detainers in that time. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem making her first trip to the southern border over the weekend since being confirmed. Joining me now is Center for Immigration Studies Senior National Security Fellow. And
you see that they had your boy from Fox. You know what I'm saying? He's on the horseback with NFL wife Kristi Noem. You know what I'm saying? Your boy from Fox is on the horses. your boy from Fox News is on the horseback with NFL wife Kristi Noem. You know what I'm saying? What do you think Jasmine Crockett would say about that?
It's being confirmed. Joining me now is Center for Immigration Studies Senior National Security Fellow and author of Overrun, How Joe Biden Unleashed the Greatest Border Crisis in U.S. History. Todd Bensman back with me. Todd, good to see you. Your reaction to the president's overhaul of things here and this deportation underway. I really like what we just heard from Tom Homan, that he is aware, he's involved. We're going to see something big soon because these drug lords have created huge businesses of human trafficking within our country.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, "Ugh, her voice is piercing. She sounds like Fran. She sounds like the nanny Fran." You know what I'm saying? She sounds like the nanny Fran. What's that dude's name? The nanny Fran's boss, Mr. Sheffield. Mr. Sheffield, Mr. Homan. You know what I'm saying? She sound like the nanny Fran. She a New Yorker. She a New Yorker.
Well, I don't think Kamala Harris intended it this way, but the page has turned. The migrants,
yeah.
On the migrant.
Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise said, I think Jasmine Crockett should chill before she become a crash test dummy. I think it might be a little bit too late. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John. John said, I used to like that show. I think everybody used to watch The Nanny. I think everybody used to watch The Nanny. You know what I'm saying?
Other side, from their perspective, they're seeing that why should I spend $2,000, $3,000, $10,000 to try to cross the U.S. border when I'm going to end up right back in Mexico?
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I'd rather listen to Fran. Yeah, Fran was all right, man. Fran was cool. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no beef with Fran. You know what I'm saying? Fran cool. She was cool people. Oh man, I ain't got no beef with Fran. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to TD. TD said APIC about to get Jasmine out. Oh yeah, they're gonna get her out of there the same way they got Cori Bush out of there. They're gonna get her out the same way they got Cori Bush out of there. And see, Trump know how to do it. You know, he said all this stuff about, you know, the plans with the Gaza Strip and all that. All you got to do to get these extreme leftist black people to crash out is mention Palestine. The moment you mention Palestine, all their heads gonna launch off like Bitcoin just hit $1 million. You know what I'm saying?
Or even in my home country, nobody is coming for the great Mexican dream. The whole thing has changed, the whole dynamic, because the odds are very high now that if you do try to cross that border, you're going to end up back at square one, number one. And number two is if you do happen to make it as a runner into the interior, now there's a big chance that ICE is going to come get you at some point. So that's a double whammy from their perspective, and that is absolutely huge. That's why Tom Homan is running around on shows like yours talking about this stuff. He's talking to them. He's talking to the cartels, and he knows it.
Yeah, for sure. You know, President Trump said that Venezuela will now take back migrants deported.
Shout out to TD. TD said, I'd rather listen to Pam Bondi. Oh man, you mean what? You ain't trying to listen to Carolyn Leave It Alone? You know what I'm saying? Carolyn Leave It There. Carolyn Leave It There. You know what I'm saying? You ain't trying to listen to her?
deported from the United States. He posted on Truth Social saying it includes illegals, quote, who were encamped in the U.S., including gang members of Tren de Aragua. Venezuela has further agreed to supply the transportation back. You saw what happened with Colombia. The president there urging its citizens illegally in the United States to immediately quit their jobs and return home, Todd. Your reaction to what has taken place here between Venezuela and Colombia?
It's monumental.
Hey, this is the only thing that I'm mad at Trump about, right? Because when I actually heard this message right here, right? And I didn't know who this was. You know, the United States is so diverse these days. I thought this was an American politician. And all I heard was quit your job and go home. And I said, shit, okay. And like it was the middle of my shift and I just left. You know what I'm saying? Then come to find out they talking about this. I thought they was talking about everybody. Now I gotta find a new job.
It's taking place here between Venezuela and Colombia.
It's monumental. You know, the Biden-Harris administration could have done this at any time. And not only that, but Colombia and China's probably next. All of these recalcitrant countries around the world are going to have to take back our deportees. And as Trump says, they're going to like it. And it's very important to also realize that just before.
Yeah, man, I thought that message was for American citizens. All I heard was the tail end. They said, quit your job and go home. And I said, see, I was like, you know what? TD might have been onto something with all that. You know what I'm saying? Vote for Trump and all that. And then I get home and watch the whole thing and they not talking about Americans. I'm like, man, see, man, I got bamboozled.
Before he left office, Biden expanded temporary protected status on 600,000 Venezuelans. That is now revoked, and everything is set for those hundreds and hundreds of thousands. It's one of the largest nationality groups inside the country that crossed illegally to be deported back. I want to say one other thing about the Venezuelans is the vast majority of them didn't even come from Venezuela. They came from Colombia, Ecuador, places they've been living for years and years with asylum, with work authorization, et cetera. Right. So to send them back to Venezuela is the worst possible thing for them.
So you gotta ask yourself the question then, like with a lot of these people, you know what I'm saying? Like if they haven't been living in the countries that their citizenship and residency is from, why then do they want to live in the United States? Like any of these countries that they were in before they came to the United States, they didn't have any threat of deportation. You know what I mean? So why leave that environment or that area to come to a place where you have a threat of deportation? TD said, "Can we get a Caroline? Can we get a Caroline Leave It news clip next?" She did a whole press conference. She did a whole press conference. Let me see. Hold on. What do I have? We getting Tom Homan next. We getting Tom Homan next. Sorry.
Probably would prefer to be sent back to these other countries where they were living happily and prosperously for years, never needed temporary protected status.
Oh, wow.
Needed to come in here at all. The Trump administration should be shipping them to all of those other countries, but I kind of want to see them shipped back to Venezuela.
Well, look, I mean, this Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua, has caused massive chaos and upset, harassing people in America. So the fact that they were able to detain some of those members is a huge success. Also a huge success is what Marco Rubio did over the weekend. Marco Rubio went to Panama and came back with real success, convincing the president of Panama to not renew the Belt and Road strategy that they've had in place since 2018 with China. That's huge. And, you know, this is one of the things that President Trump has been complaining about, that the Chinese are overrunning the Panama Canal, Todd.
Now, again, you know, is some people that have been talking about the Belt and Road Initiative, right? The New Silk Road is what they call it. But not too many people be talking about the Belt and Road Initiative, right? Now, you know, it's interesting, right? Let me ask y'all this question. Can anybody name all of the countries that have supported or, you know, financially supported China with the quote unquote Belt and Road Initiative, the quote unquote New Silk Road? Now, let me ask y'all this. Who are countries that have supported China with the New Silk Road Initiative? Somebody let me know.
Well, you also, the thing that people don't, first of all, that is monumental. I mean, it's really amazing. Like, how do you just in a day do something that the prior administration could have done at any time? They're not even talking about what they've got Mexico doing with their military operation Carousel. But the thing that people don't talk a lot about with Panama is there's the Darien Gap, through which almost a million people cross through. And Rubio was down there talking about that too. They're going to close that Darien Gap. There is going to be U.S. support for deportation flights by Panama for anybody coming through that Darien Gap. And that's terrorists and Tren de Aragua and all sorts of national security
A lot of Chinese
threats.
nationals too. Yeah,
80,000.
That's right. About 60,000, I know, Chinese nationals.
Maria, the interview is with the other guy. You know what I'm saying? We see you all the time. The interview is with your guest. Can we listen to him, please?
Also came through the Darien Gap. But Todd, I want to quickly mention your op-ed in the New York Post. You write this: Kristi Noem stops taxpayer money from funding illegal migrant flood. This is what we're talking about this morning. How is she stopping taxpayer money from doing that?
I mean, again, just monumental. These NGOs, there's 230 of them down there working with 15 UN agencies for 5 years to spend billions of dollars, $6-7 billion down there, handing out cash.
Now, I want to ask y'all this question. Why is the UN so invested in this quote unquote undocumented migrant agenda with the United States? Why is the UN so invested in that? That's a lot of money, right? If you guys would agree that that's a lot of money, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree and you don't think that that's a lot of money, then give me a thumbs down. My question is, why is the UN so invested in that? And, you know, the UN doesn't seem to really get a lot of news coverage in regards to their involvement in that. So, you know, we got to ask, why not?
You know, credit cards, debit cards, and everything to all of these migrants coming through to make sure that they can ease their way, grease the skids into the U.S. All of a sudden, Noem is saying no more money. And by the way, it's all taxpayer money, U.S. taxpayer money, saying, yeah, we shut this fire hose off. I think that they need to next turn their attention to the United Nations agencies as well, who are really kind of the mama and papa bear down there arranging the forward movement of millions of migrants. They want to spend $1.1 billion in 2025 and another $1.2 billion in 2026 during the Trump administration.
Yeah.
That's not good. That just keeps the pressure on our border, hoping to induce a failure.
Yeah.
So this is a very important move. Yes.
Really important.
Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise says, I think it's the countries connected to Contra drug war through the Bush administration. It might be. It might be. Shout out to Tia. Tia says, Rob, how do I look up Bitcoin in Venezuela? If you just look up Bitcoin Venezuela, I think it should go into the history of how did Venezuela use Bitcoin when there was a run on the bank money, a balance of payment crisis. I can't remember if it was Bitcoin or Argentina. I think it was I can't remember if it was Venezuela or Argentina. I think it was Venezuela that did that. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, isn't the purpose of the UN to eliminate borders worldwide? That's a great question. I'm not sure if that's their purpose or not. But if it is, that would answer that question, right? that would take care of that question if it was, right? So let me see something. There's just always so much. Real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, it's just insanity. Like, what the? What? Hold on real quick. If it wasn't just a bunch of stupid stuff going on, if it wasn't just a bunch of stupid stuff going on, you know what I'm saying? You'd be able to get through a lot of this content a lot faster. Now, do you guys remember all the videos that I did about Karen Bass? If you guys remember all the videos that I did about Karen Bass, give me a thumbs up. If you don't remember all the videos that I did about Karen Bass, then give me a thumbs down. Now, why am I bringing up Karen Bass? I'm bringing up Karen Bass because, again, we got to deal with the facts, right? Who voted for Karen Bass? Who put her in office? Who gave her power?
Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom have been blasted after they allowed out-of-control anti-ICE protests to wreak havoc on the city of Los Angeles. And commentators doubled down when news emerged that Karen Bass gave stand-down orders to the LAPD, which allowed the anarchy to continue on the streets.
So Karen Bass gave stand-down orders to the LAPD. You know, the LAPD wanted to get out there and start hurting people. But Karen Bass told them not to, though. Karen Bass told them not to. Why did Karen Bass tell them not to?
PD, which allowed the anarchy to continue on the streets. This commentator said, under Karen Bass, the LAPD officers were told to retreat just before they were planning mass arrests of rioters who blocked traffic for hours.
Look at Karen Bass. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Why do people vote for her? You know, Karen Bass is real good friends with that Nuri Martinez. How many people remember Nuri Martinez? A lot of people probably already forgave Nuri Martinez. Oh, I forgives you. Because that's what we do is forgive. Who remember Nuri Martinez? If y'all remember Nuri Martinez, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. Now, y'all know that Nuri Martinez is one of Karen Bass's, colleagues, right? She one of Karen Bass's colleagues. Who would vote for somebody with a colleague like Nuri Martinez? Who would do it? The Lith is who would do it.
LAPD officers were told to retreat just before they were planning mass arrests of rioters who blocked traffic for hours, attacked police, and vandalized. Bass told LAPD to surrender to rioters. Why? They're her people. This commentator agreed, saying anarchy on the streets of Los Angeles after LAPD are seemingly called off and leave the anti-ICE protesters to continue their chaos. And opponents of Karen Bass have used this latest stunt as just another example of her incompetence and why she should step down from leadership roles.
This is what I'm talking about, man. Look, hey, this is what I'm talking about. Man, look, hey, if y'all would agree, these black politicians be getting, not only do they get set up for the woo, man, they bite the worm and hold on to that bad boy with their teeth. She's swinging from that. Man, she's swinging from that fishing pole like a leaf during a windstorm. They got that fishing pole high up in the air, and Karen Bass is swinging from that bad boy. Her teeth is grabbing onto that hook, and she's swinging back and forth on it for dear life. Somebody please make it make sense. Does this make sense to anybody? It can't possibly make sense to anybody. It can't. It's no way. It's no way this makes sense.
This commentator said, just another example of the complete failure of Karen Bass by having the LAPD officers retreat just before they were planning mass arrests of rioters who blocked traffic for hours, attacked police, and vandalized the area. The riots come as ICE has been cracking down on illegal.
This is crazy, man. Shout out to Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug said, my city has a different mayor, but the same stuff. Yo, so check this out, man. How many people see a this is what I'm saying. Do y'all see a pattern with the politics? It's a system issue with the politics. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Brooklyn Queen, Brooklyn Queen says, Schmiegel looking ass. Shout out to Tia. Tia says Coinbase, 1 Bitcoin equals 5,844,704 Venezuela, whatever Venezuela's currency is, 1 month ago. Listen, man, it depends on what the cost of living down there in Venezuela is. If the cost of living is like if the cost of living is like a rational cost of living in comparison to 1 unit of Venezuelan currency, man, listen, man, shit, anybody could retire down there from what it's looking like. I don't care how stable it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, I'm gonna go buy a place that's way away from everybody and not bother them people at all and just let me retire down there and I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the specialist. What's good with it, bro? John said Karen Bass drew more votes than any mayor in LA history. So people made her, there it is. People made her great. Why did she get more votes than any mayor in LA history? Has she done better than any mayor in LA history? What did she do to deserve all them damn votes? Somebody said that they suggested a name change for her. Somebody said that they suggested a name change for her. They said instead of her name being Karen Bass, it should be Karen Ass. If y'all agree with the suggested name change, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with the suggested name change, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to TD. This the ski mask police TD was talking about. Them the ones you know you in trouble if they pull up. You might not even make it out alive, and they're gonna bury the evidence for sure and not get caught.
Immigrants as part of Trump's deportation policy.
Another promise, a nationwide immigration crackdown has resulted in the arrest of almost 1,000 people, according to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And a number of federal agencies with newly expanded detention powers were involved in the raids in a number of cities, including Chicago and Miami. Here we are again, winning, Trump delivering.
No, it's so awesome. I mean, ICE, they're being so aggressive. Even the TSA is like, whoa, chill out, ICE, chill out. We're supposed to be the aggressive ones here in America. But no, I love it. And like I said, Donald Trump has said this so many times, is that he's not anti-immigration. It's that he's anti-illegal immigration. So we're not going to be able to just hand out free hotel rooms and gift cards in Manhattan anymore. And these people got to go. And Tom Homan and ICE, and they're doing a great job. But it's never going to be enough. You know, they have to continue to work every single day because they are facing a very, very tough opponent when it comes to the cartel. Because this is an organized... crime ring. So their work is cut out for them. But I love the direction that America is trending when it comes to illegal immigration.
And this wasn't the first time Karen Bass has let her city
Hey,
down.
listen, man, Sky News needs a new editor. They keep cutting these things off right in the middle of when somebody is in the middle of a sentence. You guys hear that?
Just weeks ago, she attracted attention for all the wrong reasons when she mishandled the Los Angeles fire catastrophe in a multitude of different ways.
As well as the heartbreak and the questions, how much anger is there towards local and state government? Because it appears there's no one less competent than the mayor of LA, Karen Bass, who was, while the fires were breaking out, enjoying herself at a cocktail party in Ghana while people back in Los Angeles were losing everything.
She was out there in Ghana with Umar Johnson. Shout out to Deformed Pretty Boy. I think it was Deformed Pretty Boy and Detroit 313 that had gave us the location of where Umar Johnson was, and it was in Ghana. He must have been out there kicking it with Karen Bass.
She also only just figured out how to respond to questions about this when she was being asked by journalists. Here she is finally answering them.
Looking back, would you have taken that trip overseas?
You know, I am going to focus today on what we know.
This is what they all do. Like, look at this. She just refused. No. I'm not going to answer the question. No. Why she ain't answer the question? Pretty simple question. If you knew about what would happen today, would you have went and took the vacation? I mean, shit, what's so hard about that? Yes or no? How are you allowed to just go, no? How are you just allowed to do that?
About this when she was being asked by journalists. Here she is finally answering them.
Looking back, would you have taken that trip overseas?
You know, I am going to focus today
But please,
on what we know.
What's that? What is that? What's that? She said what she said, right? Did what she did. That's what that is. I said what I said, politics. Now look at how everybody looks at that as ridiculous. Who gave her power?
Journalists. Here she is finally answering them.
Looking back, would you have taken that trip overseas?
You know, I am going to focus today
But please,
on what we know.
Now, forget what she's done as mayor, right? Forget what she's done as mayor. Let's ask an even easier question. Is that competent interviewing? Is that competent question answering? If that's competent interviewing or competent question answering, then give me a thumbs up. If it's not, then here's my question. What would you call it? What are we calling that? What are we calling that? Somebody, the monolith, she actually didn't tell anybody anything. All she did was just walked away from a question when she actually had the opportunity to tell somebody something, right? That's in reality what happened.
But Brittany, no apology there to the people of Los Angeles. What do you make of this?
So what a lot of us are saying who are from California, this is kind of like our 9/11. And this could be a moment for the mayor to really rise up and show some empathy and compassion and humility and maybe a tear or two, because I think people all over the world who don't even maybe know anyone in Los Angeles, when they see what they're seeing, the damage and how many lives have been changed forever because of these fires, they even can get emotional. So the fact that the woman who is running this city has not really shown any empathy or compassion, in my point of view. We haven't really seen her. She's just getting very defensive, and she and the governor.
Shout out to AW1. What's good with it, bro?
I think are deflecting. They're putting the blame in other people, but they're not taking any accountability. This is their city and state, and there's a lot that went wrong. This never should have gotten this out of hand, in my opinion. And so, yeah, a lot of people are upset, and rightfully so. And I think that we're going, as the days and we see even the more damage happened, I think we're going to see more and more people upset.
Absolutely.
I mean, let me ask y'all this. Do people see why people are just leaving out of California? Like, do people see why people are just leaving out of California? Who would want to live in California with all this going on? All this insanity, this ridiculousness, this nonsense. No one wants to deal with this nonsense. Yeah, I would not disagree with that, bro. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. If you guys would agree with Win, Lose, or Rug, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Win, Lose, or Rug said, set us back 100 years, these black politicians. Facts. Oh, yeah, shout out to the specialist. Yeah, I don't know if you saw TD's video about that, bro, but they was going ham. I mean, I don't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? You burning the, I mean, that's really a way to let somebody, that's really a way to show that you want to, you know, come to the United States by burning the flag, right? Arr! I want to burn this flag. But you want to come to the United States? I wouldn't look at now. Somebody. Oh, you're just a privileged. You're just a privileged, naive American. I don't know if you know what I'm saying. I'm a privileged, naive American. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would actually ask the question, why are you burning the flag? Now, I'm not really, you ain't really catch me flying American flags all like that, but I don't understand why somebody that's not an American citizen would burn the flag. You know what I'm saying? I got my gripes with the United States because I'm an American citizen, because I've been here so long. You know what I'm saying? Because my family has been here so long. I don't know what your gripe is or why you're knocking on the door with a burning flag in your hand. I don't understand that. If that makes sense to anybody, give me a thumbs up. If it don't make sense to anybody, give me a thumbs down. It don't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? It's real bizarre. Rawr, let me in. You know what I'm saying? Burning flag. I'm not gonna let you in. You know what I'm saying? If somebody had a picture of me at my door and start violently banging on my door to let me in, I'm sorry, man. I'm not letting you in. That's weird. You want me to let you in, but at the same time, you're burning a picture of me. I'm assuming that you don't really like me very much. You burning the picture. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of bizarre. Let me in. See this burning picture of you? Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna unlock the door. You know what I'm saying?
Unleashing an immigration enforcement machine, carrying out his promise to secure our southern border and the northern one. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is visiting active duty military in El Paso, Texas, who are working alongside now Border Patrol agents. They've been there. The numbers are getting bigger per Trump. We have new images of the United States Marines arriving at Guantanamo Bay, where violent illegal immigrants will be detained. Also this, the Trump administration has been working around the clock to round up and deport criminal illegals on flights out of our country. Trump's crackdown has also sparked protesting across the country. In Dallas, people taking to the streets waving Mexican flags. In Los Angeles, police and...
Now, this is what's crazy about this, right? Listen, I'm not trying to be funny. Listen, man, if it's some black Americans out there protesting at them protests, which I ain't even gonna lie to you, them people so racist, they probably gonna kick you out anyway if you try to go be a fool and protest with them. But if you do go and protest with them, what flag you gonna wave? You gonna wave the American flag? What if any black Americans that go to these protests in California, you know what I'm saying, what flag are you gonna wave so that you can, you know what I'm saying, fit in? Man, how many people have ever heard this from their parents? Go sit your ass down somewhere. Yeah, that's what anybody going to them protests need to get told. Go sit your ass down somewhere. Go sit your ass down somewhere, please.
Riot gear, forming a human barricade to shut down a protest that was blocking the busy 101 freeway. And in another surprising video, protesters burned the American flag. Well, whose side are they on?
Now check this. Hey, listen, man, whatever. I don't know what to say about none of this. I don't know what to say about none of this. I don't know if you happen to be undocumented. I don't know if this is the smartest thing. They done got your face on TV and all that. I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how this helps anything. You know what I'm saying?
I almost hesitate to put those images up because I know it causes more people just to try to get attention by burning flags. But there you have it.
So you decide at 9 o'clock in the morning, a social media post went out that said protest, and the police let 101 freeway with everything that the trauma that everything that Los Angeles has been through, traffic anyway on a Sunday. Now they let them shut down an unpermitted protest until 6 o'clock at night. It's unbelievable. And then to understand the Mexican flag and El Salvador flag is not going to sell your story. Your story is, I feel like an American, I've been here. Instead, you're saying, I feel like a Mexican and I deserve to take over here. One of the signs said, America's on stolen land anyway. That's not going to win over today's America.
Hey, he was extra triggered about America's on stolen land. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. Listen, man. I tell you, man, one thing that people do not like, people don't like the truth when it don't look good. You know what I'm saying? People don't like the truth when it don't look good. Now, check this out, though, right? Now, people saying that America's on stolen land. I don't know if the people who are saying America is on stolen land are always the people that the land was stolen from. I don't know if that's always the case. I don't know if that's always the case. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that argument does in 2025. Shout out to Bronze of God. Bronze of God said they on the internet talking mad-ish about black folks because we are not supporting them like they supported us during the BLM protests. They supported us during the BLM protests, or did they support George Floyd? And did they support anybody at all? How much money did they donate? I ain't trying to be funny, man, but when it came to the George Floyd protest, I saw a bunch of black people and a bunch of liberal white people. I didn't see a bunch of essays all like that. Do they support black people in prison? I don't think so. I think that they're more aligned with white supremacist gangs in prison and on motorcycles than they are, with black people. So I don't know what they're talking about. And as far as this argument goes of they on the internet talking mad ish about black people. Hey, listen, man, all they got to do is just watch Forbes and listen to all of those black politicians crash out over immigration. I don't see no Hispanic politicians at all crashing out over reparations. As a matter of fact, after the stuff with Nuri Martinez came out, should anybody really be supporting anything that way at all? Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Listen, I gotta say this. I'm gonna shout out Intuitively Wise, and I'm gonna read Intuitively Wise's comment, and then I'm gonna ask a question. All right. Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise says burning the flag lets people know that the jurisdiction was applied to citizenship. They have allegiances to different lands. Can I ask y'all a question, man? Why on YouTube when people talk about this shit, they talk about this shit like it's a fairy tale or like it's a Disney movie? Why do people say other people's lands? Some motherfuckers don't own no land. I don't own no land. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people rent. Why do we talk? Do we talk like a fucking Disney movie because the big YouTubers talk like a Disney movie? And again, shout out to Intuitively Wise. This is not me going in on you. So please don't feel that way. I'm just asking. I'm not trying to be funny, man. I can't fucking stand the way some YouTubers got people talking and shit. Like we in the biblical times and shit. We're not in biblical times. Now, some people might believe that we're in biblical times. No disrespect to the religious people that actually believe that. I'm not talking about y'all. You know what I'm saying? But why do people do that? We're not in fucking 1875. We're not in 200 AD. You know what I'm saying? We're in 2025. That's the year in the movies where it's supposed to be flying cars and shit. Can we please talk like we're in the present of the future? Please. You know what I'm saying? I swear, I'm like, man, that is some. Every time I hear some like a YouTuber say that this person's land and yet, oh my God, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, this is one of the reasons why people can't get out of these crazy mind states that they're in. They're constantly being bombarded with talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are still riding horseback. We're not. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not, man. You know what I'm saying? Can anybody explain to me, why do we talk like it's a Disney movie? Why do we talk like it's a fairy tale? Why do we talk like it's Peter Pan and Never Never Land? Why? There's no listen, there's no place in the world that's my land because I don't own any land. You know what I'm saying? How many people own land? How many people have land? But we talk in those terms though. That is, listen, man, I'm not trying to be funny, man. It's 2025. You cannot catch me out here talking like it's 50 AD. You know what I'm saying? Man, listen. Yeah, look, shout out. This is what I'm saying. Shout out. Hey, I ain't mad at it, John. Shout out to you, bro. That's what's good. You know what I'm saying? It would be nice if everybody owned some land. You know what I'm saying? But the majority of people do not, right? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says, "Thou speaketh many trutheth, my brother." Yeah, that's how people be talking, man. We talking like we in Leviticus or Numbers or something. You know what I'm saying? We're not. I swear it drives me insane. It drives me crazy. Like, it drives me crazy. Oh man, it drives me crazy. I'd be like, man, why? Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise says land is important to keep you from becoming a vagabond in your future. Maybe not. Me personally, right? I would go as far as to say that the majority of people, right, who are anti-Bitcoin people and have been anti-Bitcoin people since 2010, after people have made $100,000 mistake, I think that those people should kindly take a seat on what could possibly happen in the future. I think that it's been proven that it's not really a good track record around here on saying what's going to happen in the future. You know what I'm saying? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. I don't think that the majority of people got a good handle on the present, let alone on the future. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. Bitcoin is a scam. Oh, ouch. Bitcoin is $100,000 in 2025. Oh, yeah. That's a $100,000 mistake. People have been fired and deleted for less. You know what I'm saying? People have been fired from jobs and deleted in the street for less.
That might have been fantastic in 2020. We're not buying it now. So between that and what's happening with Rubio pushing to shut down the Darien Gap, the Venezuela taking back their people, what is happening on so many different ways, there is a massive crackdown in America on illegal immigration.
Can we just talk for a second about the Darien Gap? That's going to save a lot of lives of women and children in particular. That is some of the most harshest ground to traverse on the planet. And they're
Colombia
bringing
should play a role too.
little ones coming through. So to hear that Secretary Rubio is concentrating on that is a miracle, really.
There's so many balls in the air, Harris.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And the left, for as much as they care about the humanitarian aspect of immigration, tons of people came through the Darien Gap and lost their lives, to your exact point. That image that we see in Los Angeles, LAPD was ready to engage and arrest folks if necessary. They weren't able to do that. And Bill Malugin says he spoke to the rank and file, and they said, this is the same old crap. We're chasing these guys down around all day for absolutely nothing. And this is what we're seeing. I mean, this is resisting Trump. There you're seeing it in LA. You go over to Chicago, and apparently there are these groups where when they see ICE come in these black SUVs, they mobilize. And ICE was actually...
I told y'all they come with the black SUV. Y'all thought I was joking. I told you, man, they're going to pop up with the black SUVs. You know what I'm saying? Look, listen, I don't know how much experience people have, like, quote unquote, with the government or like with government entities or anything, but it's official when the government pull up with black SUVs. And one thing, another thing that people may not realize is that a lot of times the federal vehicles have particular federal plates. You know what I'm saying? In many cases, the federal vehicles have federal plates. So, just so people know.
Actually not able to make an arrest in Chicago on that day because the community mobilized. But who are you mobilizing to support? The guy in Boston who had a second-degree murder charge? The guy in San Antonio who was found with a murder weapon from an unsolved murder last November, who was, by the way, released by Biden into the interior? Who exactly are you protecting? How about the guy in Buffalo who is someone who was accused of all kinds of sexual trafficking and was found with an innocent young woman who he is believed to be trafficking at that moment? This is who we're going after. So work with us to protect the innocent and act humanitarianly by stopping some of the things that we're seeing.
Yeah, the worst go first. Like, who would defend against that, Marie?
Well, the Trump team has been telling us that the worst go first. And I've said on this network...
Well, there's a lot of transparency. I mean, we see...
I've said on this network many times, I support convicted criminals being deported. We saw from some of those early flights to Colombia that it included pregnant women. It included children.
Did they come over illegally?
It included... But they had not been convicted of crimes.
But also Tom Homan said... Tom Homan said the families can get deported together, though. So, if somebody in the family committed a crime and the collateral damage happened to be that the family was also undocumented, well, if you know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the first crime is when you break our
No,
law.
but Harris, the Trump team said it will be the hardened criminals, the people Kaylee mentioned, convicted of violent crimes.
And if they are with other illegals who cross the border?
Are we okay deporting pregnant women who have not committed a crime except for coming here? If we are, then we should.
Well, they committed a crime. And I mean, pregnant women just don't end up getting let out of our prisons here. So why? I don't understand. And as a matter of fact, because of people like her, they got men in prison now getting the female prisoners pregnant, and they still got to stay in there pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Now, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. It's always a way that you can tell these liberal white women, especially. I don't know what it is about them black glasses, but they always got them thick black glasses on. They always got them thick black glasses on. I don't know if that's like a covert cult signal or symbol or something like that. But they always got them thick black glasses on. So just be aware. You know what I'm saying? You see one of them with them thick black glasses on, you already know something weird. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man TD Media. I didn't know you were still watching, bro. TD said, Homan said what he said. Homan said what he said. You know what I'm saying? Daddy get arrested, the whole family gone. Daddy get arrested, the whole family gone. It ain't nothing to really defend. I mean, Daddy said, or you know what I'm saying? Homan said, Daddy committed crime, the whole family gone. I mean, I don't know what there is to defend on that. Are we really okay with seeing pregnant women getting deported? I mean, we could ask the same question about anything. Are we okay seeing pregnant women work 40-hour work weeks? You know what I'm saying? Like, we could ask are we comfortable seeing pregnant women? A lot of different questions. But interestingly, the only question that comes up here in the United States is the deportation question about women who aren't American. I don't know. All I know is just, you know what I'm saying? You know, shout out to Belle Biv and DeVoe. You know what I'm saying? They said when they Belle Biv and DeVoe said when it come to black women, you know what I'm saying, never trust a big butt and a smile. Listen, in 2025, Rob telling you when it come to white women, you know what I'm saying, never trust liberal politics and in thick black frame glasses. You know what I'm saying?
Should say that. The Trump team should say that. Second, freedom of expression and protest is still legal in this country. We may not like it. And to Brian's point, I think you make a good point about who are they trying to convince here, right? Who are they trying to convince? I think some of the most effective arguments I've seen made are, for example, people in the restaurant industry, people in the home healthcare industry, industries that rely on immigrants, both legal, undocumented people going through the system and are willing to work with law enforcement to say, look, parts of this entire city.
That's crazy to say. What part of being, listen, when they talk about illegals working with, isn't it crazy? Like illegals, right, broke the law to become illegal. And then after they've done that, then it's I'll work with law enforcement. Why not work with law enforcement to get in so that you're not illegal, so you don't have to deal with none of this? Like, it's just these arguments that they be coming up are just wild. Listen to how that sounds coming out. Illegals working with law enforcement. What? You cannot make, man, like what? You can't make this up, man.
We are sitting in would shut down if every person who came here illegally was deported. So how do we do this in a way that, to Kaylee's point, protects people from criminals?
Why are there businesses that rely on illegals when there are Americans that don't have any jobs? What businesses are these that rely on illegals? Now, here's my question, right? In these businesses and in these industries, are Americans willing to work those jobs? Now, you know what they say, right? When it comes to quote unquote illegals, right? What group of people are most affected by the jobs that illegal people tend to work? What group of people? Now, you know, people either had an issue. People either had an issue with it or they loved it, right? They loved it or they had an issue with it. Trump said black jobs. Trump said black jobs and everybody retweeted it. And then the other everybody said, oh, he said black. So the one half got hit with the one part of the MK Ultra, you know what I'm saying? And the other half got hit with the other part of the MK Ultra. Listen, Trump said black jobs. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, look, half the people was retweeting. You know what I'm saying? And the other, you know what I'm saying? The other half said he said black. You know what I'm saying? And it just turned into he said black. So, you know, anytime now, if somebody don't say black, they didn't mention black people. If they do say black, they are racist. So Trump got hit with the he said black. But thank goodness Trump's support and his undercover support, you know what I'm saying, amongst, you know what I'm saying, the black people that rock with him was so strong that it just didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? It just didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? The black conservatives and the black couch conservatives saved the day on that one. You know what I'm saying?
And shut down major parts of the economy, including the agriculture sector. That's the challenge right now.
Emily.
Number one, protesting on a freeway is always illegal. That's not protected protest, especially non-permitted protest. But secondly, I hear what you're saying, but I feel like we always talk about this. But I think it's a fallacious argument always. It's sort of like saying, if I can't afford to pay my taxes, what am I going to do? Like I have to do it this way because I can't afford it otherwise. There will be short-term pain as we readjust things. But the notion that the first foundational argument is, well, we rely on illegal immigration in these particular industries doesn't.
Think about this, man. Listen, we rely on illegal immigration in these particular industries. Listen, some people rely on illegal pain relief. There's a lot of people out there shooting up heroin because they can't get no oxycodone. Is that okay? Before marijuana was legalized, there was a lot of people that smoke a blunt, you know what I'm saying, to smoke the pain away because they couldn't get, you know what I'm saying, they couldn't get the type of pain medicine they needed, or a blunt was cheaper than their pain medicine. You know what I'm saying? So in one instance, hey, listen, hey, here go another one. Here go another one, right? Some people will never be able to get sex, so they rely on prostitution. You know what I'm saying? So are we going to make special provisions for everything illegal that people rely on that's illegal, or just in this one instance? You know what I'm saying? What's going to happen here? You know what I'm saying? These businesses, again, these businesses should be punished severely for incentivizing illegal immigration. They should also be punished severely for not hiring Americans. They should get fined per illegal that they've hired, right? And they should continue to get fined per vacancy until they hire an American to fit those vacancies. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Fly, because the American industry is still suffering then if it's not honest labor. And there's a lot of unemployed Americans that then, or legal immigrants that then could be selected for such. I'm not going to bless an argument.
Look now, shout out to Tia. Tia said, no, I'm not reaching. That's not my argument. It's not my argument that it's okay for something to rely on something illegal, and then as a result of relying on something illegal, we should make it legal. That's not my argument. I didn't make that argument. That's the argument that they're making in defense of, illegal migrants. So here, listen, I'm gonna run it back real quick. This is what this lady said. This is what she said.
Do this in a way that, to Kaylee's point, protects people from criminals, doesn't shut down major parts of the economy, including the agriculture sector. That's the challenge right now.
Emily.
Number one, protesting on a freeway is always illegal. That's not protected protest, especially non-permitted protest. But secondly, I hear what you're saying, but I feel like we always talk about this. But I think it's a fallacious argument always. It's sort of like saying, if I can't afford to pay my taxes, what am I going to do? Like I have to do it this way because I can't afford it otherwise. There will be short-term pain as we readjust things. But the notion that the first foundational argument is, well, we rely on illegal immigration in these particular industries doesn't fly, because
what was her name? Campaños or something like that? I agree with Campaños. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. Like this isn't my argument. Oh, hey, look, shout out to Tia. I ain't mad at that. The OnlyFans booth at the mall kiosk. Listen, hey, y'all know I am, me personally, I am not anti-sex work. You know what I'm saying? Go for it. Because for real, like, let's just keep it a buck, right? Now, this is the reality that people don't want to deal with, right? In 2024, the modern women, you know what I'm saying? Modern women ain't really interested in messing around, for the most part, with just, what people would consider regular average dudes. It's a lot of dudes out there that's probably never going to be able to deal with a woman because of the way that the dating world is. Now, in 2024, 2025, women, got dealing with multiple men. So, as much as women want to incel shame men, okay, well, men can be incels, but men, and then again, this isn't just men, right? Probably mostly men would take advantage of it. I don't really see women getting sex work from men all like that, unless they was doing some weird shit, like doing some passport sis type shit, or like for a bachelorette party or something like that, right? So I don't really see women in, like buying sex work all like that. But men, like if women want to create an environment where dudes can't get none, I mean, what do you want? What if dudes are not able to get some on a regular basis through the dating world, why should men not be able to buy it? You know what I'm saying? That's my question. I don't have a problem with that. What do you guys think? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, women to be upset, but I don't understand why women to be upset, because women got access to all the dudes. So I don't understand why women would be upset that dudes that they have no interest in are paying for sex for women that's willing to body capitalize. I don't understand that. And on top of that, I ain't even gonna front. The women that body capitalize are probably going to have a man at home that lets them body capitalize. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Let me know what y'all think. Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise said, I think I read that hiring an illegal before an American is against the labor laws, so these companies can be sued. Well, I don't know about that, but we can go one step below that and say hiring an illegal is illegal, right? So we don't even need to go no further, right? All we need to say is that hiring an illegal is illegal, right? So that right there takes care of anything beyond wherever we would need to go, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Look, Tia got me dying. I'm so serious, man. Look, check this out. Y'all can go back and check all of my old content. You have never ever heard me argue against sex work. I'll never argue against it. I'll never argue against sex work. You know what I'm saying? To me, honestly, if sex work was legal in all 50 states, I actually believe people will be happier. You know what I'm saying? That's just my thoughts, though. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the specialist. The specialist said the oldest profession. Nah, you know what? I don't think that prostitution is the oldest profession. I think simping is the oldest profession. I think simping is the oldest profession, and then maybe prostitution might be second. You know what I'm saying? I think prostitution might be second.
The American industry is still suffering then if it's not honest labor. And there's a lot of unemployed Americans that then, or legal immigrants that then could be selected for such. I'm not going to bless an argument where the premise relies on the backs of illegal immigrants. And I think to your point,
shout out to Tia. Tia said, women go wild at them parties. A long time ago, a Detroit councilwoman raised all the funds she needed for her campaign in one night at a place called Mozambique. Hey, listen, good for her, man. Good for her. Shout out to her. And, listen, hey, if by going wild, as long as you're not in a committed relationship, where you would be violating your commitment to somebody else. Hey, man, you don't have anything like holding you back, man. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like, do what you do. But don't forget, though, once you've done that, there's, you know what I'm saying? For one, stuff sticks with you. So, like, you got to keep that into consideration, right? But at the same time, though, I mean, like I said, The only reason why people don't do a lot of this kind of stuff is because of old, outdated ideas that people preach and don't follow anyway. All the people that say not to do this kind of stuff, they all do it. All these people that say not to do this kind of stuff, they're all involved in it. And then when you ask them, well, what happened? You know what I'm saying? You've always been against this. Then they have a reaction to it like how Karen Bass did. Oh, well, just go away. Somebody, look. Say, hey, listen, man. I probably would. I would probably never get caught up in no scandal like that, right? But I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. If I was ever caught up in a scandal, you know what I'm saying? Somebody, yo, why'd you do it? I was thirsty. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit. Hey, something caught my eye and I could afford it. And I ain't really want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm paying for the exit fee. You know what I'm saying? Well, what do you mean, sir? Paying for the exit fee? Well, you're married, right? You didn't pay an exit fee. I'm paying for an exit fee. I'm not married. You know what I'm saying? That's how I would answer that question if I was ever confronted with that question. Your exit fee is going to be extremely expensive if you ever have to exit. You're going to be dealing with a lawyer. You're going to be dealing with court. You're going to be dealing with family court. And it's going to take a long time. You're going to pay in time too. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I think it's interesting, man. You know what I'm saying? I think it's interesting how when it comes to sex work, they consider it charging for the quote unquote act of sex. But in many cases, like the act of sex doesn't cost anything. But what does cost is the detachment. You know what I'm saying? What does cost is the exit fee, and it's not looked at as an exit fee. I think that's interesting, because like maybe somebody ain't paying for the actual act. Maybe somebody is paying for the clean detachment. Maybe that's what the fee is based on. You know what I'm saying? But it don't be looked at like that though. I'm just curious what y'all think about that. I'm just curious what y'all think.
We've seen communities rally in the past around protecting themselves from horrific people like Larry Singleton and Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, right? And to see the communities rally around so misguidedly these recidivist criminals is horrifying to me, because it means that the message is landed in a way that is so toxic and perverted. And when you see them burning the American flag, well, if it sucks here, you don't have to stay. But the reality is, not only is that anti-American, it's pro-cartel. So everyone waving the Mexican flags and everyone shutting down the LA freeway, you are telling me you align yourselves with the cartels above anything else.
So this mayor decides you can't get to your home in Pacific Palisades, it's too dangerous, but make sure the cops don't get the illegal immigrants out of the streets to block the 101 freeway.
And
they are begging you to leave Los Angeles. You should do that.
Breaking our initial law, whether you are, whatever your health or medical.
This is hilarious. Intuitively Wise says, is taking a chance with your health worth a thrill? Now, let's go down the line. Intuitively Wise, name me every non-sexual act that you do every day that takes that puts your health at risk. Now, if you go to a brothel or if you go to some place where they have legal sex work, they make sure that those individuals have clean blood tests. Do you get a clean blood test if you meet somebody in the street and don't see their blood test? Here's another question. Do you take a chance with your health if you drive somewhere? Here's another question. How do you know that they've actually cleaned off the food that you eat at a fast food restaurant? Let me ask you this question. Do you think that a woman's vagina is the only place where you could contract some type of life-threatening or not even life-threatening disease at all? If you do, you might want to reiterate life. You might want to reevaluate life, because there's a lot more life-threatening things out there than sex. Every day you wake up, you take a risk with your health. every day you go to sleep, you could have sleep apnea and stop breathing, and you won't even know it, or you could choke on your own saliva. Now, you know what's fascinating? And again, listen, man, listen. What spread faster, C-19 or sexually transmitted diseases? Which one, ladies and gentlemen? Hey, shout out to Tia. Tia says, I agree, Rob. Most people are paying for it more than they admit. If you ask me, marriage is paying for it. Marriage is paying for sex. You know what I'm saying? But people just don't look at it like that because so many people are married. They don't want to stain what they're involved in. But it definitely is. And which is hilarious because you pay for marriage, and a woman can be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't getting none tonight. A prostitute ain't gonna tell you ain't getting none tonight, especially if you put the money on the nightstand. You know what I'm saying? But your quote unquote alleged own woman will tell you ain't getting none tonight, and you done paid already. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, you know, it's just real shit. Now, Intuitively Wise says that is one place that has been identified. What is one place that has been identified? What are you talking about? Marriage creates families. Sex creates families. Marriage does not create families. You got to be kidding me. Are you serious? Marriage creates families? No, marriage does not create families. Marriage creates union. Marriage creates marriage. Sex creates families. Marriage does not create offspring. Sex creates offspring. I don't want to go in on you, Intuitively Wise, but I might have to. I don't want to, but I might have to. I might have to. Explain to me how a marriage has ever created a family. And real talk, when it comes to the court, marriage creates a business partnership. That's why you have to have a license to operate a marriage. I said sex, biological sex. Combination of a sperm and an egg creates an offspring, which after that creates a family once that offspring is born. I don't need you to interpret whether I'm talking about quote unquote sex or vices. I said sex like 3 times. If I was talking about a vice, I'd be talking about a fetish or an addiction. Don't fuck with me. I don't like that shit. I know exactly what the fuck I said, and everybody heard it. I don't like playing those games. When I say shit, it's very articulate. I said sex about 6 times, and you talking about sex or vices. It clearly ain't vices because I didn't mention vices. Don't fuck with me. I told you I did not want to have to go there. How about this? Marriage is prostitution. That make things easier for you? Because I don't know if you really don't understand or if you just trolling. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm not gonna crudely say my actual opinion. But if you keep fucking with me, it might slip out. You know what I'm saying? It's like don't right now, you in the situation, don't tickle somebody that gotta take a shit. You know what I'm saying? You keep poking around, something might something might something might slip out. Don't do it, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you didn't think there was no thought necessary. You didn't think we was talking about anything. We were talking about prostitution, right? I said that prostitution should be legal. You said prostitution doesn't create families. Then you went on to say that marriage creates families. Now, the original reason why I said prostitution should be legal is because, for one, the marriage rates are going down. One of the reasons why marriage rates are going down is because men have increasingly less access to women as time is moving forward. So if there's not an agreement on getting married, how are these families going to get made? And who cares about making, honestly, let's just put that out there. Who cares about making families? That only has value to people who have a value of further creation of family. That's not an everybody thing. You might value having a family more than some people value a family. Some people don't value a family. And that's perfectly okay. They don't have to. You know what I'm saying? This idea that everybody has to value a family, like no one has to value a family. Some people can live their life, never have a family, die, and it's perfectly okay. It's perfectly okay. They don't have to have a family. No one, like, that's not a requirement. The same way it's not a requirement for people to go to college, the same way it's not a requirement for women to have children, none of that is a requirement. No one has to do it. The same way it's not people's responsibility to throw the monolith on their back and save the, no one has to do that. No one has to do any of that shit. How come LeBron James didn't do X, Y? He don't have to. No one has to. No one has to do any of that shit. I'm not trying to be funny, but this is the very reason why this is the reason why nobody has to do any of that shit. And if you ask me, this is the reason why nobody should do any of that shit. As you can see, it doesn't matter what actually happens. People just gonna say whatever they want to. So why even bother? That right there. That's how I came to the conclusion I came to. Shout out, look, shout out to Bronzy God. Bronzy God said, I'm over here like, Craig, come on, stall him out. It's just like, bro, like, this one of the, listen, man, like, this is one of the reasons why people can't never get anywhere, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise. No, don't you want to be engaged? There literally nothing has happened to you. None of the mods have blocked you. You're allowed to say whatever you want to. This, like, are you hurt? You can say whatever you want to. You can talk shit. Nobody's stopping you. This is what you're really sensitive. You gotta grow a set, man. Get some thick skin. No one's done anything to you. Your freedom of speech has not been restricted. As a matter of fact, you're actually being engaged, and still for the second day, you haven't paid a dime. I got people in here that actually pay to get their super chats read, and you haven't paid shit. And you complaining about what? The fact that you're actually getting engaged? If you don't want to be engaged, then you don't want a chat. Let me tell you something, Intuitively Wise, that you already know. This is one of the most friendly chats on YouTube for people who disagree with people in the chat and the content creator. Nobody's going to block you because you disagree, and you know that. And you've been in places where people disagree and they block people. And I guarantee you, when you disagree there, you shut your ass up in those chats. So don't come here acting like you don't have the ability to speak, because you do. Because listen, I'm going to tell you something. YouTube is an echo chamber, and YouTube groups people that watch the same content together. So if you watch the same content that the majority of people in this chat watch, then you watch content where you ain't allowed to say whatever you want to say in the chat. I told you, man, listen, man, I try to tell you, man, do not try to play me. I size people up every day, and you ain't no different. Now, you keep it, like, shout out to Capone and Noriega. I keep it real with a ninja, keep it real with me. I cut the hand off a nigga try to steal from me. You know what I'm saying? And that's a song, by the way, YouTube manual reviewer. It's not a threat. So stop playing, man. I don't understand. Why do you said the other day that you was like 70-some years old? Why are 70-year-olds playing games? You give up on what? You give up on having the freedom of speech in a chat? Hey, listen, man. Shout out to you. Look, this that old generation right here. You actually think that you don't have freedom of speech in a place where you're actually able to talk and you will get acknowledged. That's crazy. This the monolith mind state right here, y'all. You're watching it in real time. I can't talk. Literally where you can talk. Like, make it make sense. Now, listen, do we, again, just like I said with the other talking points, right? Are we going to have to go down the line and react to people's videos who have said certain stuff that's in conflict of what they said now? I don't want to do that. But if we have to reorient people to reality, that's something that we can do, right? Now, here you go. You in a chat where you're getting acknowledged and addressed, and no one's stopping you from talking. You feel like you don't have the freedom to say what you need to say. You cannot make this up, man. If this ain't monolith logic, I don't know what is. Look, shout out to Tia. Right. And look, this is just the evidence, man. This is just the evidence. Shout out to Tia. Tia said, you missed the point, man. We're talking about illegals and them being upset over not being allowed to be illegal while committing illegal acts. I joked with Rob about the sex work issue. Chill. Exactly. If y'all agree with Tia, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree with Tia, give me a thumbs down. And then he went on to say, oh, well, what about your health? What about your health? You know what I'm saying? Engaging in prostitution ain't the only thing that could cause you health. What if your wife or your husband has been going behind your back and you don't know about it? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just like the health argument is not a sufficient argument. It's just not. You know what I'm saying? Every day that you're alive, there's some type of health risk that you got to avoid. It's just not enough. You know what I'm saying? There's always a health risk. And there's always many health risks that are more risky than a health risk that you might deal with in a sexual encounter. Like I said, C19 was spreading at a way faster rate than any STD. And how do you get that? Going out the house and happen to be, around somebody without a mask or whatever. That's not good enough. The health argument's not good enough. Anybody can make it. You don't have to be married to make a family. You know what I'm saying? And married people don't always necessarily make families. How many married people are childless? It's a bunch of childless married people. So my thing is, are we going to say that these things don't exist? I'm not going to say that they don't exist if they do. I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? And then as far as quote unquote prostitution, as far as being a vice, I don't even necessarily agree with the fact that sex is a vice. Let me ask y'all this. Have y'all ever seen any other organism alive practice abstinence? So if you ask me, sex is a normal biological function that most organisms engage in. I mean, like it's things that we're more quote unquote addicted to as a vice than sex. Let me ask y'all this question: is oxygen a vice? Is water a vice? I guarantee you people take more breaths per day than how much sex that they have. But oxygen's not considered a vice. I guarantee you people drink more water per day than the amount of sex that they have. Yet water is not considered a vice. I just don't understand. You know what I'm saying? I don't get it. Why is that not considered a vice? I mean, let's ask this question. Is it arguable that hunger pains are withdrawal pains? Is that an argument? Like, can that argument be made? Why do you get hunger pains? You get hunger pains because your body doesn't have enough either carbohydrates, proteins, or fats to break down into ADP to make ATP to provide your cellular mitochondria with energy, right? So that means that you're getting a signal that you don't have enough of a particular substance inhibiting a receptor somewhere. Isn't that what causes withdrawal when it comes to opiates? The same thing, minus the citric acid cycle. So to me, it's arguable if sex is even a vice. Like that's somebody might throw that out there, but I don't necessarily accept that notion. You know what I'm saying? I don't necessarily accept that notion because the standard of what a vice is isn't applied to everything that looks like or fits the definition of a vice. And if you ask me, sex in itself doesn't necessarily fit the definition of a vice. You know what I mean? But I don't know why, but that would be enough to make somebody give up. Shout out to Intuitively Wise. Intuitively Wise says one more time, vices are listed by society. That doesn't. Now, let me ask you this question. Does that make them correct? Does that make the definition correct? And do you agree with everything that society says? Back in the day, society said that black people shouldn't have the same rights as white people. How you feel about that? That's what society said. Did you agree with society at the time? Do you agree with society on that stance at all? I don't care what society says. I care about what's correct versus what's not correct. But if you care about what society says, that's perfectly fine. But what we just have to acknowledge that something listed by society is not a determinant of whether it's correct or incorrect. It's listed by society is simply a description. That's it. It's not an implication of whether it's right, whether it's acceptable, whether it makes more or less sense. It's simply that it's listed by society, which adds no value to it. Yeah, I disagree. When in Rome, you do what Rome says, or they put you in a cage. Unless you can bend the bars on the cage, or unless the people ain't strong enough to put you in the cage. Or unless you're intelligent enough to convince the people that you're right. You don't just bow. Like what you're suggesting is bowing. And again, I'm not trying to be funny, but like suggesting bowing is consistent with what you see the majority of people doing. And teaching that sets people up for the situation that we have right now, where there's a very low level of respect for people. No, you don't. When you're in Rome, you don't. For one, we're not in Rome, right? For two, that's not a law. When in Rome, do what Romans do. That's not a law. That's just a saying. And I don't know if you're aware of this. I don't know if most of YouTube is aware of this, but let me just explain something to you. A saying doesn't make something have any value. And when in Rome, do as Rome do what Rome says, or they put you in the cage. That's not a law. It's not a law. It's a saying. It's a cliche. Cliches are not laws. Cliches are what people throw out there when they don't have any type of intellectual response after their points have been beaten to a pulp. That's what that is. There's no law that says when in Rome, do what Romans say. Back in the day, the actual country or the actual empire wasn't even called Rome. Rome is the English interpretation. So there's nowhere that exists as a law. Why do people say such stuff? Donkey Kong is back. Oh man, Intuitively Wise called in reinforcements. I ain't mad at it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at it. Donkey Kong said, brother, we must stand and protest together. Well, how come you ain't out there? When they start showing the pictures of the people in the streets, can you point out where you was at? Hi, Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, Intuitively Wise, please start your own channel. I'll support it just for the comedy. I mean, the wisdom. Listen, if Intuitively Wise started a channel, it would do extremely well. And the reason why it would do extremely well is because there's more people that agree with and that are like Intuitively Wise than are like us. People gotta like that's the reality. Shout out to my man AB. What's good with you, bro? Now I know it's gonna sound it's gonna sound crazy. More people agree with Intuitively Wise than people like me. Who cares about the Bible? Who cares about the Bible? The Bible only governs people who believe in religions that adhere to the Bible standards. That's it. That's the only people that applies to. It's just like how American laws only apply to Americans. I don't care about the Bible. I don't follow anything regarding the Bible. That doesn't work for me. So when dealing with me, we have to use a universal standard that's mathematically correct, not a myth. I'm not under the Bible's jurisdiction. You are, because you're either a Christian or some Christian derivative or Abrahamic derivative that follows the laws of the Bible. Now, again, this is no disrespect to Christians or, Israelites or anybody that follows the Bible, right? But they would also agree, if you don't follow the teaching, it doesn't apply to you. I don't follow the teaching. You know what I'm saying? Donkey Kong said, intuitively wise, the Bible is all we need. Man, y'all messed up in the game. That's what y'all think. Y'all, hey, the Bible is all y'all need. What about the other sea scrolls that wasn't put in? What about the Knights Templar and the Rosicrucians and the Priory of Sion that kind of changed and rearranged a little bit of things? What about that? Y'all just believe that Bible blindly. You know what I'm saying?
Medical situation is, as you were pointing out, Marie, is breaking our laws to get into the country. And I know during the lead up to the election, people on your side of the aisle did not agree with.
Well, to everybody that follows the Bible, right? I got a couple questions for you. The first question that I got for you is, what's up with the 2 creation stories in Genesis? The second question that I got for you is, how is it that when Adam and Eve left the Garden of Eden, there was already people out there? And the third question is, how does Satan get free will?
With Republicans on the fact that the first law broken is when you don't legally belong in this country. So I get it. We'll have a different discussion about pregnant women with birthright citizenship. Trump is open for that discussion.
Anybody got any answers for me about them questions? Anybody got any answers about them questions? I think those are valid questions. When I used to believe, or I shouldn't say believe, when I used to be religious, I asked those questions and nobody had any answers for me. No one had any answers for me. Intuitively Wise says the Bible is not a religion. I never said that the Bible was. Did I not say that the Bible was instruction for people who adhere to religions that follow the Bible? Did I not say that? This is what I'm saying, bro. I don't like when people try. I don't like that. Be mature, be an adult, and actually communicate effectively. I don't like that. I don't know why you would respond like that when this is a recorded video and everybody can hear what was stated before. I don't. Why do y'all do that? You think your God is going to erase what I said? You know what I'm saying? If you actually believe your religion and your God has a requirement of truth, your God is not going to erase what I said to perpetuate your false testimony. You know what I'm saying? You got to do better than that, man. Come on. You definitely got to do better than that. You know what I'm saying? You talking like you was born at night last night. Oh, man, you talking like you was born at night last night. Now, the Bible is only a set of laws and instruction to people who accept it as a set of laws and instruction. It's not a set of laws and instruction to everybody. Now, check this out, man. Listen, let me break this shit down to you, bro. Even in the Bible was not written yet, first and foremost, right? The Bible wasn't written in the times of the Bible, but in the times of the Bible, people who didn't adhere to the laws and preaching of quote unquote Jehovah God were not bound by the laws of Jehovah God. It was only one group of people that was bound to the laws of Jehovah God in the Bible. That's why the people that was alleged chosen people of Jehovah God stayed getting their ass whooped throughout every story in the Bible up until today. Because while the people that's allegedly the people of God going around trying to force the Bible on everybody, what evidence shows is even back in the biblical times, those people ain't even competent of following biblical law. So before you try to preach biblical law to anybody, I would say fix that history. You know what I'm saying? I would say fix that history. Because it's a big track record from Genesis to 2025 of alleged chosen people of God getting their ass whooped throughout history as a result of allegedly, quote unquote, not following the teachings of God properly. So before, you know what I'm saying, you point to any of us heathens, I would get your shit right and maybe go a year or two without not getting your ass kicked by your God and then convince me. That's what that would be my advice, right? Like if I was a basketball player and I was 0-72 every year, I'm not really going to try to force anybody to practice the way that I practice until I at least have a 500 season, right? Now, let me ask you this question. If you go back and look through the history of the alleged people of God, do they even have a 500 history? That would be my question. You know what I'm saying? Not only do they not have a 500 history, they got talking to God directly just didn't work with them. So they had to get a liaison sent down. Right? They had to get a liaison sent down because the communication just wasn't effective with the God that they worship. The God that they worship would give them instructions. They would do what they want. The God that they worship had to hit them with an AI solution. Y'all ain't listening. Gotta flood you. Y'all ain't listening. Gotta Sodom and Gomorrah. Y'all ain't listening. Gotta send down a disease. Y'all ain't listening. Gotta Tower of Babel. The alleged people that's supposed to be the people of God, y'all just kept inspiring God to hit you with AI solutions. Right? True or false? Y'all don't listen. I'm gonna just let y'all just, you know what I'm saying? Y'all just gonna be miserable in Egypt for a couple hundred years. If you ask me, if you actually go back and read the entire Bible is a story of a bunch of people just not listening. And then just getting hit with AI solutions every couple books. You're just gonna get hit with the AI solution. Here go the flood. We're just gonna wipe out the whole world because we're just gonna wipe out the whole world because of y'all. You know what I'm saying? We just gonna Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna hit Sodom and Gomorrah with this firestorm and just burn everybody up because of y'all. We're gonna let y'all, you know what I'm saying, try to figure things out in Egypt because y'all just don't listen. Y'all want to worship this golden calf over here. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it ain't really like a track record of following instructions with success. It's not a different concept of the Bible. Every story that I said was true. What are you talking about? It's a different concept. Tell me what I said that was false. You could even go as far as to say and make the assumption that Jesus's least favorite people were religious people. And I see why. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions said Rob is correct about what he said about the cause and effect in the Bible. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to AB. This is what I'm saying. What am I saying that's incorrect? And this is one of the reasons why I have such an issue with religion. I have an issue with religion because when it comes to many religious people, most people don't even believe the religion that they're trying to sell to everybody else. There's nothing that I said that's not true. There are 2 creation stories in Genesis. There is an account of when Adam and Eve leave the Garden of Eden. There's already people out there. The devil, Satan, does have free will in the Bible. All of those stories that I listed, Egypt, Sodom and Gomorrah, the flood, all of that stuff is true. What are you talking about? Not necessarily true, but it's in the Bible. God literally gave consequences for the people that he sent instruction to on certain things to do, and they didn't listen. God did tell people not to worship Moloch. God did tell people not to worship the golden calf, and they did it anyway and got punished for it. There was so many events where people got mass deleted that a liaison was sent down. The liaison was called Jesus. And the purpose of the New Testament is when allegedly there was a cutoff of a point of when God stopped directly communicating to humanity, and he communicated through Jesus. What are you talking about? What did I say that's not consistent with the Bible? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen says they use the Bible to validate the lack of common sense. They use the Bible to validate the lack of common sense, and they use the Bible to somehow disassociate accountability, right? Okay, so now, it's many different people that might think that they're the chosen people, right? But regardless, if you think that you're the chosen people, whoever you might be reading the Bible, then that means that all of that chosen people punishment that occurred in the Bible, you're saying that's a part of who you are. That's a part of what you come from. No, I don't have my own belief. You can literally look up and read pages of what I'm talking about, dude. That's not my own belief. Anybody that read the Bible read what I said. I don't have any belief about it other than the fact that I don't believe that it happened, but I do believe that it's written. What are you talking? You're entirely wrong. I don't have a concept. Do we need to go and look up the books of the Bible where all of this stuff that I just stated occurred? And I didn't write and I didn't say any type of opinion with it. When Adam and Eve left the Garden of Eden, there were other people on the earth. True or false? This can be found in Genesis. I don't have a concept behind that. That's what was written. There was a flood. Noah took animals inside of an ark, 2 by 2, and he had his family in there. That is written. That's not I don't have no concept on that. It's not my original idea. The people who were called Hebrews were absolutely stranded in Egypt as a result of disobedience to God. It says that right in the Bible. If I'm not mistaken, the book is Exodus. What are you talking about? I don't like when people try to say, well, that's just your concept. You could look, what are you talking about? It's written, Psalms chapter 20, verse 13. What are you talking about? I'm not interpreting anything. I'm tearing off a page and setting it down and says, this is what it says. And honestly, I don't have any interpretations of the Bible at all. My interpretation is more so how people manipulate the Bible. If you ask me, I don't know about the Bible, right? But what I do know for a fact is I know how people manipulate it. I know how people move as a result of their manipulating interpretations of it. The Bible is just a book. It's just got stuff written in it. You know what I'm saying? People take it and do what they do with it. I don't have no beef with the Bible. I got beef with people. You know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. You want to know my interpretation? I'm going to make this very clear. My interpretation is an interpretation of people who allegedly follow the Bible's teaching. My interpretation of people that allegedly follow the Bible's teaching is that those people don't follow the Bible's teaching at all. And I don't believe that people that claim to follow Bible teachings, I don't even believe that they believe in the Bible. I don't believe that they know it. I don't believe that they study it. I believe that many people, not all, but many people that utilize the Bible for comfort and escapism and self-ease of having to deal with the fear of unknown and to be able to justify a lot of their bad behavior and outdated ideologies. That's what people manipulate the Bible for. But I'm going to tell you about the Bible. The Bible had an Old Testament and the Bible had a New Testament. And the only reason the Bible don't have any more verses is because people just stopped writing it. So what that tells me about the Bible is that the Bible evolves. The Bible evolved from the Old Testament to the New Testament. But the people that claim to believe in the Bible are doing nothing to evolve it now. But I'll tell you one thing that I do think is interesting. I don't know who actually has the greater test of faith. I don't know if humans have a greater test of faith in God, or if God actually exists, if God has a greater test of faith in humans. Because if you actually read and believe the Bible, I would say that in the Bible, the way that the Bible is written, God never let humanity down. I would say that humanity has consistently let God down. But yet, the humans got the challenge of faith. I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me, I think God actually has the more difficult job in having faith in people than people have in having faith in God. But that's just me. You know what I'm saying? If the Bible is actually real. You know what I'm saying? Intuitively Wise says it's a hard life to follow. As you age, you can see what the Bible is trying to tell you. How hard was it for Barabbas? How hard was it for Barabbas, Intuitively Wise? Answer that. How hard was it for Barabbas? Huh? It's a hard life. It's actually not a hard life to follow. doing what the Bible tells you to do is just as easy as holding Bitcoin. But what's interesting about that is that in those two instances, one religious and one not, it shows how people have a difficult time doing simple stuff. You know what I'm saying? It shows that people have a hard time doing difficult stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Tom, great to see you, by the way. Thanks for what you're doing. I think that video says it all, doesn't it?
Absolutely. You know, where's our tears for the 500,000 children that were trafficked in the country, separated from their families, put in the hands of criminal cartels, and they can't find over 300,000 of them. I guarantee some of these children are sex trafficking and forced labor. Where's your tears for those? Where's your tears for the 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl poisoning because of the open border? Where's your tears for the 600% increase of sex trafficking of women and children? And of course, where's your tears for all the young ladies been raped, murdered, and burned alive? So, you know, it's just pathetic.
Yeah, well, you got some help from President Trump, and for now he got Canada and Mexico, Colombia, and even Venezuela to accept back these illegal immigrants. And you now have Gitmo as a place to put many of them. How important are those developments to you?
You know, President Trump proves every day he's the greatest president in my lifetime, and I mean that.
It doesn't matter if you're speaking on principles for instruction. I'm speaking to the instructability of people and what people's failures that are recorded in biblical history and can be reflected in what's going on today is that it's arguable if people are instructable or not. But I appreciate you, Intuitively Wise, so don't ever think that I don't. You know what I'm saying? And don't ever feel that you don't have the freedom to be able to express how you feel. Now, here goes the thing, right? You might be challenged, but a challenge does not mean that you're not permitted to say how you feel. You know what I'm saying? I respect you, and I respect the fact that you know what I'm saying, you stand up for what you believe in. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to you. And shout out to everybody, all right? Because your boy got to go, all right? So let me shout out the stream sponsors, because I definitely appreciate you guys. And as you guys know, without the stream sponsors, ain't no streams, right? So shout out to my man, DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for DSB. Shout out to my man, Betterworth. I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Black Spider. Shout out to Black Spider. We got to hit Black Spider with a lot of agains. She's Black Spider trying to compete with DSB and Brooklyn Queen and John and Win Lose a Rug on the again side. You know what I'm saying? Again! She's trying to compete with my man AB Promotions on the again side. Shout out to Black Spider. Make sure y'all show Black Spider some love. Again! Shout out to my man Detroit 313. I appreciate you, bro. And shout out to Black Spider again. Again! Shout out to y'all, man. I really appreciate you guys. I don't think that I put a goal up on this one. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to y'all for, you know what I'm saying, for hitting that goal. Anyway, because we ain't had no goal. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, anything is better than nothing, and that's the goal. So shout out to y'all. All right. Make sure that you guys smash the like button. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell. Make sure you guys go and subscribe over on Rumble and on the other platforms. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.